In 2013, Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal and Palantir Technologies, and eventually the man who would later put J.D. Vance in the vice president's seat, quietly put money into a startup co-founded by an obscure blogger named Curtis Yarvin, a blogger who argued in thousands of pages that democracy had failed and America should be run like a corporation, with a CEO king at the top. In The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's pursuit of power, reporter Max Chofkin describes Yarvin as the house political philosopher of the Thielverse, a term for the people in Thiel's orbit. Thiel himself once wrote in 2009 for the Cato Institute, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible." Exactly the thesis of Yarvin's most important writings on his blog, Unqualified Reservations. Thiel isn't the only one. Take Mark Andreessen, one of the most powerful investors on the planet. In his Techno-Optimist Manifesto, Andreessen mentioned that the English philosopher Nick Land stated, "Combine technology and markets and you get what Nick Land has termed the techno-capital machine, the engine of perpetual material creation, growth, and abundance." Nick Land himself in 2012 stated that he was highly influenced by Curtis Yarvin. He mentions Yarvin under the pseudonym Mencius Moldbug 36 times in his essay on the Dark Enlightenment. Nick Land's thought begins in the 1990s, when he was an academic at the University of Warwick and a driving force behind the Cybernetics Culture Research Unit, or the CCRU. His early work argued that capitalism is not a human institution, but something closer to a runaway artificial intelligence. In this view, capital is a self-augmenting, self-organizing process that uses human beings as temporary hosts to reproduce and intensify itself, dissolving traditional structures, such as family, nation, and identity, as it goes. From this came the original idea of accelerationism, writing capitalism's dissolving, deterritorializing tendencies towards whatever comes next. And for Land, what comes next is artificial general intelligence. This is why Land stated in 1994 that nothing human makes it out of the near future. For Land, humanity is nothing special, and in a way, humans are just means for bringing forward inhuman intelligence from the future. This view of AI may explain why Peter Thiel, familiar with Land, when asked by Ross Douthat of the New York Times, stated,
"It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine." And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation.
After a personal and intellectual crisis that ended his academic career, Land resurfaced in the 2000s and the 2010s. Previously a man of the left, turned sharply to the political right, becoming a central figure in what's called neo-reaction. This was when he wrote his small essay, The Dark Enlightenment, when he argued that democracy itself is the problem. To Land, it is a broken and self-destructive system that slowly eats away at a society until it collapses into decline. Borrowing a phrase from Curtis Yarvin, he claimed that what looks like free thought in the modern West is actually controlled by something he called the cathedral. This is his name for the loose alliance of institutions that he believed quietly enforce one acceptable worldview of racial blank slatism, the goodness of liberal democracy, and political correctness. In his view, real freedom is not found at the ballot box. It is found in exit, meaning the right to simply leave and opt out of a government you never chose in the first place. The alternative he pointed toward was a government stripped of its domestic image and run instead like a private company, with citizens treated as customers and a single chief executive holding the power at the top. And underneath it all sat the same idea Peter Thiel had voiced years earlier: the belief that freedom and democracy were never truly compatible, and that if forced to choose between the two, it might be democracy that has to go. The Dark Enlightenment essay has become a main staple in the tech world when it comes to political philosophy. In fact, Elon Musk began openly promoting Nick Land's Twitter account starting in 2025, debating the efficacy of Doge and the promotion of space colonization. This wasn't Musk's last time interacting with the account either, quote tweeting an agreement to his claim that, "If neoliberal multiculturalism led to this, what use was your neoliberal multiculturalism?" Elon even agreed to Land's self-nomination as Xai's safety czar, although the tone was more one of amusement than solemnity. One question left relatively unanswered among those who praise Land in either his latter or earlier works is how Land ties the two positions together. What does race science have to do with accelerationism? What does AI have to do with CEO kings? In fact, in a one-dime radio interview with an expert on Nick Land, Michael Downs, the question becomes addressed explicitly.
Okay, before we go to Mencius Moldbug, Curtis Yarvin, the other neo-reactionary thinker who is kind of often put in the same camp as Nick Land, who has recently got a lot of popularity due to being interviewed by the New York Times, I want to address kind of an elephant in the room when it comes to Nick Land, which is,
here we go.
A lot of people say, well, this guy seemed interesting back in the CCRU days, but didn't he become a raging racist? And it's like, yes, but reading your work was your part on that race question was interesting, just because my impression was he is a racist, but not in the way I thought he was.
Yeah.
He's like racist and post-racial, very weird. Can you help us explain what Nick Land's views on race are? Because, goddamn, it seems bizarre.
Look, I mean, if you go look at his social media activity on Twitter, you're just gonna kind of view him as like an English MAGA uncle in a way, where he has he doesn't like people from third world countries going to England or France, but he mentions America a lot, and he mentions immigrants a lot, and that's where the racist comes in. The real question is, okay, there's what he posts that seems like typical xenophobic, which is funny, right? The guy who's supposed to be like the champion of the outside, the champion of otherness, is very xenophobic when it comes to immigrant. I mean, that's humorous to say the least. Look, the thing is with race, the race realism thing is he thinks his basic argument is your kind of typical race realist argument. He thinks that there are real differences between races, that, leftists with their idea of equality just don't want to face up to these differences, especially in IQ, especially in intelligence. And this is a hard truth that leftists just can't cope with. And so they have to talk about equality. And so he acts like there's all this data that proves the level of intelligence, Asian people with the highest and white people with the highest, right? Like, yeah. We've heard this kind of stuff before. My thing is, when I deal with it is, I hope it goes without saying, this is where I have my strongest disagreement with them. And it boils down to this. I just don't think this type of thing is what anybody who's ever defended equality really means.
One thing that's interesting about Land is that he often has many occult influences, and influences outside of the philosophical and sociological thinkers he never cites.
Ultimately, I would say my sympathies are still Lemurian, but I wish I was saying that as a dissident, as an occult dissident based on a very solid AOE education. Classical languages, all of this stuff, soaked in Plato, read biblically as this occult authority. And so part of definitely where I am now is to definitely, it's sort of too late to do everything out of the AOE. That was so much not what was happening before, but that's kind of what I'm trying more and more to do, because in a way that I think we'll have to talk about a little bit more later, the AOE represents the actual European occult tradition, the Hermetic tradition. It's the Knights Templars, it's the Masons, it's it's Pico and Ficino and all the Italian Renaissance philosophers or occultists. It's John Dee going right through to the Rosicrucians, the Golden Dawn, Crowley and the OTO. It's basically the foundations of all of that. I hope I said the Masons most of all. Yeah. That's what they built. That's their cathedral. And even if you're going to find weird stuff coming out of the walls, even if you're going to be on some strange Lemurian drug watching weird stuff coming out of places it shouldn't come in that cathedral, it's like that's the cathedral. That's the edifice in which
the apparatus
really
of capture.
Yeah, well, capture too, but more than that, production.
In this video, I want to make the claim that Nick Land's 2012 churn from left-wing deterritorialization of the family tradition, nation, and identity becomes a sort of racial libertarianism, not because of Curtis Yarvin per se, but someone who has already synthesized a racial history of the world with the anti-humanist prediction of an artificial general intelligence. Mitchell L. Heisman, a Jewish man, was born in New York City.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Welcome to the stream, goblins, goblinators, goblins, and goblets. Those are the two genders. You're either a little tiny, scary creature from mythology, or you're a cup. But welcome, either way, to the Extra Chill Goblin stream for Sunday, August 2nd. It is 8:46 p.m. where I'm at, Eastern Standard Time. And it's time for you guys to all wake up and realize that there's a war on for your mind. And you are being lied to by everyone except for me. I am the one that is telling the truth. You can trust me, okay? It's time to wake up, okay? Wake up, all you goblams, okay? You guys are goblins who are also lambs. You see what I did there? It's like sheeple, but with goblins. And take the chill pill, okay? You can take the red pill, the blue pill, throw those pills down the toilet. You don't need them anymore, okay? Get off your meds and take the chill pill. Don't actually do that. Maybe that's that don't actually listen to anything I say, really. Like I said, you're being lied to. And you're listening to the voice of Goblin Resistance. That's me, Chill Goblin, broadcasting from an undisclosed location deep behind enemy lines within the heart of the Imperial core. You can follow me here at Extra Chill Goblin on YouTube. This is my second channel. You can follow my first channel, my Twitter, my Patreon are all Chill Goblin. And you can find me on Means TV. You get 20% off with code Chill Goblin, all one word. And join the Gobcord, the Discord, but it's Goblin. It's Discord, but it's Goblin, Gobcord. Join that. Links in the description. And if you're wondering, the program I use for editing my notes is called Obsidian. Blow. All right, we're doing it. We're streaming. We're in it. Boof the chill pill. And that's correct. That's the right way to take it in your butt, okay? That's how you do it, all right? The Gobcord is actually good. Many people are saying this. Yes, you're welcome, Misunderstander, for telling you the truth. You know what? I keep seeing people lying to you, and I'm just like, you know what? What if I just went on there and I just said what was actually true? What if I just did that? How come nobody else has tried this? How come nobody else has even tried telling the truth? And that's why I'm like, yeah, you know what? This is my time to shine. This is my time to shine, okay? Interesting. Okay, Mandy, you seem like you got a take on Nick Land that I'm not honestly familiar enough with the man to be able to weigh in one way or the other, but that does bring us to the man of the hour. Well, sort of, but the guy that I was playing in the intro. This channel is ZipGeist, real small channel right now, with a very thorough documentation here of, not just Nick Land. It's about kind of the ideological roots to a lot of Peter Thiel's weirdness, along with a lot of the weird kind of fashy, instincts of a lot of people in Silicon Valley and the new reactionaries, the Dark Enlightenment types, Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land and whatnot. But very interesting. Lamb like the black lamb, Satan? Okay. All right. Some lambs are good, okay? Some lambs are the Jesus stuff, okay? Some lambs are the good ones. Some lambs are evil, I guess. Maybe they're like a goat in disguise. I guess the black lamb, Satan is called the black lamb, I guess. I mean, sure. I don't know.
This is just unbelievably macabre and evil.
We don't stand for that around here. But Mandy Moorhall is saying, y'all know Nick Land's body of work is satire, right? We're talking about a dude who croaked like a frog during a lecture. The response was, some of us are still Marxist. Marx was also a satirist. Interesting. I feel like you're kind of like me, Mandy Moorhall, where we both kind of have a wider theory of satire that, like, the way I think of a lot of conspiracy theories is that not that they are satire necessarily, but that it makes more sense to think of them as satire, and it's easier to kind of parse what they're actually saying. If you think of like, okay, if this was satire, what would it be? What point would it be trying to get across? What like greater truth? If I saw this in a movie or something like that. So if we look at Nick Land's body of work, yeah, it's like, this guy's a weird dude. He's into weird stuff. Does that mean that he's doing satire too? I don't know. Listen, I'm still trying to get comfortable in my brand new gaming chair. I gotta say, gang, this chair has changed my life. I never had a gaming chair before. It's good. It's comfy. It's good. I feel like I'm sitting up straight. I feel like it's improved my posture, Like I actually had to change where I put the camera, and I feel like I still have to adjust it. But I'm sitting up straight. I got like lumbar support. I feel like I've ranted about this already. But it's got like a weird little triangle pillow in like the middle of the back that you can move up and down. And at first I was like, what the heck's the point of this? Why do I want a pillow jabbing into my spine? What is this? What is this? A torture chamber? What next the gamer's gonna get? A rack? I get put up on the wall and get all stretched out? Is that how gamers get so long arms so they can reach the Cheetos? Huh? Is that what that is? No, but then I sat in it for a couple weeks and I'm like, oh, actually, this is how I should have been doing it all along. This is how I should have been doing it. You're supposed to get something jabbing into your back. It's nice. Lumbar. Lumbar. I thought that was a character from Office Space. Nope. Well, maybe it is, actually. I think there is a guy named Lumbar in that, right? Isn't that the name of the boss? I don't know. But no, it's changed my life. And honestly, you don't need to go out and buy a fancy gaming chair. I found this one on the side of the road, and I just wiped off all the sweat and pulled up all the gross stuff from under the seat cushion. And I love it. I love it. I don't love the color. Like I said, I got to figure out a way to make it not orange. But yeah, W chair for sure. Satan's usually a goat person though, like one with the one hand pointing up. The Baphomet. Baphomet. I don't know. I might have made that up a little. I'm Jewish. Okay. But no, I mean, I think that makes sense. People would probably call him the Black Lamb, right? He's because Satan, whatever, Lucifer. He used to be an angel. Listen, I've been watching a lot of Big Nick. I learned a lot about the Lord Jesus. And I got a lot to honestly correct about my life and your guys' life too. Okay, you guys are all going to become evangelical Christians with me, right? With me and Big Nick. That's what's about to happen. That is what is about to happen. How I felt when my old job let me get a desk chair with back support. Yeah. You know, the protocols is plagiarized from French satire. Oh, absolutely. Actually, that is something I think about all the time. It's the dialogues in hell between, what is it? Montague and Machiavelli, I think. And was genuinely written as a satire of the French government. And a conspiratorial kind of satire piece that was sort of like, you know, late 1800s, some Russian guys, Control F, whatever, find and replace the whatever Montague, Machiavelli, whoever they were, with like Jews, the Zionists, and they spread it around. This is real. This is real, guys. This is real. It's like when I was a kid, I used to get Mad magazine and Cracked magazine, and I forget which one it was I'm thinking of right now, but they would sometimes have these little, you'd open, I think it was Mad magazine. You'd open up to the middle of the book where, like, you know, the staples were, and there would be like a fake magazine that would be like a catalog for something, or like there was one that was like a muscle bodybuilder magazine or whatever. And I would like take it out of the Mad magazine and I'd bring it to school and be like, guys, look at this weird magazine I got. Look at this one. Look at all this weird stuff. And it would be all like jokes and like making fun of, you know, whatever. I remember there was one that was a catalog of like fake Looney Tunes merchandise. And one of them was a smoke alarm that had Tweety Bird on it. And it was like, instead of beeping, it would say in a Tweety Bird voice, be like, oh, everybody's got to get out before you die of smoke inhalation or whatever. God, I really can't do a Tweety Bird impression, but it was some sort of like morbid like Tweety Bird thing. I was like, look, this is a real ad, and I got a kick out of showing it to people and lying to them and being like, look what I got. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that's kind of what the Protocols of the Elders of Zion are, which are in a large part the basis of most modern conspiracy theories, not just the anti-Semitic ones, but certainly the anti-Semitic ones, and certainly like modern anti-Semitism. They were kind of shifted anti-Semitism from being like there's a lot of old, you read far back enough in history, you know, anti-Semitism's been around for a while, but we pretty much only hear about the stuff in Protocols nowadays. Not too many people care about, you know, too many people are talking about, oh, the Jews killed Jesus. Oh, the Jews did, you know, it's like nobody really cares about that. But stuff in the Protocols, that stuff is definitely still around. Anyway, I'm really off on our little rant here. Yes, funny clip to tune into. Canary in the coal mine alarm. Yeah. Yeah, the original is actually great. I'd love to read the original and kind of read a little bit about the context at the time. Who's Big Nick? Oh, really? Oh, man, you know Big Nick? He's from the fucking Hype House, the Vlogosphere, or whatever. David Dobrik? You know, any of these names ring a bell? Just kidding. I only found out of this guy like a week ago. But he's a big conspiracy dude. Lumberg. Yeah, that's it. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, Lumbar. Nah, yeah, okay. Cool. All right, gang. I got something to do that I want to do. All right, I would like to do something. And, I don't want you guys to be mad, okay? So what I'd like to do is a little bit of AI stuff. I know I talk a lot about AI. I talk a big game on here about how, you know, I think AI is dangerous. There's a lot of things I'm worried about. I would definitely, you know, I think that some people are a little bit overly cautious of AI, or not cautious. I think it's good to be cautious of AI, but there's just, you guys have been online. I'm sure you guys have seen the way people talk about AI and, oh, this creator used AI for a thing, this creator, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to tell you guys I've never used AI. I've played around with it. I haven't really found anything that it's super useful for. I wouldn't be above using it if I found it had a good use, but for now, it doesn't seem to be very helpful for me personally. I have seen like people use it for like coding and stuff that does well. But what I want to do is I want to build my own LLM because I kind of got into this over the last week, getting into like building my own LLM, and I found that I learned a lot about how LLMs work. Not just like the tiny ones that I'm building, but like big ones like ChatGPT and whatever, Claude and all the other, whatever you call them, guys. So I think that like it'd be useful to go over how these things are built on stream and show you guys a little bit of the inner workings and give you guys a little bit of that understanding as well. Because I feel like so much AI reporting, it's just nobody bothers to like demystify what the fuck are we talking about? What is a large language model? What is ChatGPT? What is this stuff? Is it just a guy in a computer talking to me? Like, is it a mind? Is it a thing? And it's like, no, it's not. It really isn't that. And anyway, I think it'd be cool. Yeah, AI doesn't understand satire for the same reason it doesn't understand smell. Right. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Interesting. I mean, I feel like smell is kind of hard to understand. Okay, and before I get into this, I've been watching X-Files lately. Nice. It's made me wonder a lot about how much play that show had in mainstreaming conspiracy shit, especially anti-vaxxer stuff. I think X-Files is definitely a reflection of it already existing conspiracy culture of its time. In the 90s was a bizarre time for conspiracies because basically up until the fall of the Berlin Wall, everybody cared about anti-communism. And, once the 90s hit, people were like every conspiracy was like, he's a communist, she's a communist, they're a communist, that guy's a communist, he's a communist, Reagan's a communist, this guy's a communist, that guy's. And then all of a sudden, Francis Fukuyama, the end of history, liberalism has won the day. Suddenly, the conspiracy theorists didn't really have their usual kind of, boogeyman they like to put it in all of their theories, And this is where things got into a lot of alien stuff, kind of a lot of like satanic panic stuff, which had been in its own way like a conspiracy theory version of, it's a conspiracy theory, I guess, in like the 80s, transferred to not just being about like people who ran like daycares, but it became about, no, the people in charge of us are Satanists. And, we had the militia movement, the U.S. militia movement in the 90s, which we were very concerned about events like Ruby Ridge and, Waco, of course. The Waco, the American evangelicals and the kind of crossover between the militia movement and the American evangelicals is a big thing. And the X-Files was sort of like reflecting that, making it a little bit fantastical, doing it in a sort of like, it's an anti-government piece, but the main good guys are both FBI people. But they're still concerned about like, what secrets are the guys holding from us? And I got a lot of opinions about this. I haven't seen all the X-Files, confession time. I've seen season 1. I'd like to sit down and watch it front to back. I started watching with Goblin Queen. She didn't really like it. She didn't really get into it, but I mean, maybe we could give it another go. Maybe you guys could peer pressure her into doing it. No, just joking. That's a terrible thing to put on her. But but yeah, I like X-Files, and I think that it gave people I wouldn't say that it mainstreamed conspiracy theories, as in like I don't think it necessarily pilled people. I think that it gave people kind of a frame of reference to understand what conspiracy theories are and what people who are into them kind of believe, and maybe in like an unfair way where, people were like, oh, they believe in aliens and this and that, which a lot of them did in the 90s, especially looking like Bill Cooper stuff. He's a big alien guy. Bill Cooper's the guy who coined the phrase "wake up, sheeple," invented the word sheeple, and what was the other one he invented? Do your own research. That was a Bill Cooper original. One of the kind of what do you call it? Progenitors, the ancestors, the grandfathers of Alex Jones, you might say. Alex Jones stole a lot of his flow from Bill Cooper. Kind of, yeah, maybe in a similar way to how Glenn Beck stole his flow from Alex Jones. Anyway, I got a lot to say on it. I don't know, that was kind of all over the place, but I guess I would have to watch more of the X-Files to really kind of be able to speak on that more generally. But I don't know if it mainstreamed it. Does it have an anti-vax stuff in there? Is there anti-vaccine sentiment in the X-Files? Because I feel like, for me, when I think of who mainstreamed the anti-vax movement, I don't think of the X-Files. I think of Oprah. I think of Oprah bringing on Jenny McCarthy. The mainstreaming of, what's that guy's name? Andrew Wakefield. There are a lot of people I would blame a lot more than X-Files. I don't know. Am I being too easy on them because I like X-Files? Maybe, but I wouldn't blame them for too much negative stuff. All right, here we go. Gang, let's do it. I want to build this, what's it called? This LLM with you guys. Okay, so here's what we gotta do. So I'm going to show you, where is it? Yes. This is the website that I'm using. Oh, I'm not using a website, actually. I'm using a app that I downloaded from this website. It's called Language Model Builder. Learn how to build an AI from scratch for free. If you got a Mac, you can do this. You can do this yourself. It's free. Only available for Mac for now. I don't think it's super popular, but if it becomes popular, then they might put it up for more places. But I found it super easy to use and helpful. And it takes like a few hours to go through the whole thing. So I'm not going to go through everything with you guys, but I'm going to show you some highlights. It's made by this guy, what's his name? Felix Reiseberg. He was apparently somebody on the team at Anthropic rather. He works on Claude, what's it called? Claude Assistant or something like that? Anyway, I don't know. He works at Anthropic. I'm not 100% sure what he does there. But he's good. I mean, I don't know. He probably sucks in a lot of ways. I don't know that much about him, but he does explain LLMs in a pretty easy to understand way. His app definitely looks fairly vibe coded, but that's just kind of comes with the territory with this sort of thing. So here we go. Here is the LLM Builder introduction. Welcome, Language Model Builder. Now, 1 second here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, okay, I really, really hope that my computer can handle this streaming while I build a language model. So here we go. All right. So first here, I'm going to go to show you my little project setup here. I've got a bunch of guys. I don't know if I'll be able to show you guys this later, but I've got 1,024 tokens of context. I'll get into what that means in a second. 50,000 embedding rows, 16 transformer blocks, 50,000 output scores, roughly. This is a fairly ambitious build on my computer. It'll take around 30 to 59 hours. I'm not using a data center or anything. I'm doing this all on my own home machine. And we'll see if I'm even able to run this while I stream, but I don't know. I tested out how much RAM it was using before. I think I should be fine. Now, first, what we need to do is grab some pre-training data. Okay, we got pre-training data. So, there's a bunch of pre-training data that he offers. You can click the link and it'll take you to get, for example, Tiny Stories. It's a 2 gigabyte thing, and it's a bunch of stories. There's a bunch of little stories on here. Once upon a time, there was a little boy named Ben. Ben loved to explore the world around him. He saw many amazing things, like beautiful vases that were on display in a store. One day, Ben was walking through this. Anyway, but it's like 2.2 gigabytes of just like simple stories like that. There's a few other options. There's one that's like Shakespeare. Yeah, Tiny Shakespeare. And this is really small, actually, 1.1 megabyte. So it's a small slice of random Shakespeare stuff. Now, a couple of guys have figured this out already, but I am actually not going to use any of these. I am going to use, for my training data, everything Alex Jones ever said. And this is my own set. So you can put your own stuff in here. And, when you're looking at this, the tiny stories, whatever, this is like a 2 gigabyte file. It's like a text document. So my document of everything Alex Jones has ever said is smaller than that. I think it's like 1.4 gigabytes just in one text file, 1.txt. So this is what I will be training my LLM on. Okay, I'm going to be using this. So let's just get that going. Here we go. And I'm going to really turn down the batch size the batch size here is the thing where basically it'll take up less, room on your, it won't use as much RAM, but it'll take longer, but it won't affect the final result. It's just, you got to keep your computer running for a long time, if that makes sense. So I'm going to reduce the batch size. 4 is the minimum. I'm going to do 20K steps. I could do longer, but honestly, I don't think it'll make much of a difference at this scale. And let's just start. Okay. If the stream shuts down, if something weird happens, yeah. So, and excuse me if this is overwhelming. I'll get into kind of like what I'm talking about here. Let me try start pre-training here. Okay. Starting and encoding source file 1 of 1. Okay, great. I can hear my computer really whirring. Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? Yes, no. I am building a clone of Alex Jones. I am stealing his skin. What I'm doing is objectively, morally evil. This is an evil thing I'm doing right now. I'm building a little version of Alex Jones that lives in my computer. That's my goal. Now, okay, so this is my training run, encoding source file. So it's taken my thing of everything Alex Jones ever said, and it's using that. I'm giving it this text file, and I'm saying, here you go, computer. This is the English language. This is how people talk. This is what it means to communicate in this language. Here you go. Learn everything you can about that. So first, let me. Oh, if you RAM less, you have a smaller batch when you bust. Yeah, that's exactly right. Many more all. If you had a mini clone of Alex Jones, would you torture it? Oh, God. No, I listen, I don't approve of torturing any artificial intelligent being. But first, let me try and show you guys a little bit. So you're probably wondering, how the heck did you get a text file of everything Alex Jones ever said? Well, actually, I can show you that. This is how I got it. This is this website here, fight.fudgy.org. It's a cool site. It's got actually not even just Alex Jones. It's got Alex Jones, Show Alex Jones Live, Good Morning InfoWars Sunday Briefing, and like the other InfoWars shows, War Room, and like a bunch of like, other kind of like debunk podcasts, Decoding the Gurus, Probably Not Aliens, QAnon Anonymous, that whole thing, C-SPAN, Candace Owens. So they got a lot of stuff. I only used the Alex Jones shows. And you can actually, so here, right now I'm searching just the Alex Jones part. So I can type in anything. I can type in New World Order. Let's see how much Alex Jones has talked about this. Quite a bit, actually. 82.77 thousand hits in 8.9 thousand episodes. Wow. This is just Alex Jones talking. And it's a very cool website if you're trying to like research shit about Alex Jones. Because you can, like right here where it tells you the time code and whatever episode it was, you can click that and you can actually hear it. Apparently here he just says, New World Order, New World Order, New World Order, New World Order. So that is probably going to confuse the LLM. That seems like a lot of this, he's just repeating New World Order again and again. This is going to be confusing to the LLM. The LLM is going to be like, oh, okay. So once you say New World Order, you should say it another 4 or 5 times. I feel like that might actually be a problem. But like, yeah, I'll just go here. Let's hear him say New World Order a few times in a row. Front lines of the information war. That's what we're looking at is good. New World Order, New World Order. Okay, well, it's taking a second to load. But yeah, so what you can do with this website.
New World Order.
Okay, so maybe it's a song in that case, but whatever. You guys got the idea. So you can search here. I can search Goblin. Oh yeah, let's search Goblin. How many times has he said Goblin? I wonder. How many times has Alex Jones a goblin? a lot. And again, he does a lot of repetition, I'm realizing. Goblin, goblin, goblin. Kissing goblin, chaining goblin. Band for the goblin, what the? You know what? I think these are also song remixes. Catch him in bed with a goblin. Yeah, I think it's catching a lot of people have remixed it. I'm not the first guy to remix Alex Jones talking about goblins. A lot of people have done this. Goblin, pew, pew, pew. Goblin. Goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. This is for sure. That's a little bit annoying. But how many times has he talked about it? How many times we get, what the hell? That's so many. 2.33 thousand hits. Anyway, so I was able to download all of this stuff in individual text files. And then I used Terminal to put them all into one file. And then I used Terminal to edit out. There's a time codes when you go to look at the at each individual file. It should be able to. Yeah. Okay. Well, if I go to the file of the show, you'll be able to see. Like it sort of looks like this. So it's got the time code on the left and whatever. So I also used Terminal to edit out the parts that had the time code, and that was one on each line. That took me a little while to figure out how to do, but anyway, so I ended up with just like a huge block of text, and it's got all Alex Jones shows on Infowars, on his movies, on whatever, all the way back to the 90s, like 96, I think, or 97. And it's got all of it, all of that, his tweets, his whatever, various like interviews he's done. It's got all of that, and it's mostly just like a run-on block of text, no paragraphs, no nothing. So just his words. And it's not just that, there's some noise in there, right? He's got guests on that he's interviewing, so it doesn't differentiate between that. Those are still in there. It's got other, guest hosts or commercials for other shows on Infowars. There's commercials for Infowars products, a lot of that in there. And so it's not all Alex Jones talking. A lot of it, though, is going to line up with what Alex Jones believes and how he talks and stuff. And it's still probably 90% plus him. And plus there's music. He plays a lot of music, and the lyrics will be in there. So it's not perfect, but I don't have the time to go through and fix it up and make sure it's only Alex Jones, right? So anyway, that's where I'm getting my data set to train the LLM on. How are we doing? How's it going? Okay, great. We've already started. Awesome. Okay, so here's our training run. We're already 120 steps in, and not doing great right now, but we actually have our first sample. So we have a sample text. So this is just like a stream of consciousness. This is what my little robot LLM that I'm building, this is what the model, I guess they call it, thinks. This is how it thinks in the English language sounds. Okay, so let's see what it sounds like. This is what it says. $sign crime, we do a helicopter. I find obs one kind of a grand to stop as plenty. I've an anger that will going to not back from the staged. I'm not no, and we're collide. He's the one that learn elements, and and slaves to be they're normally, we'll be a lot of the best. With that, I'll consent. So it's just nonsense. It doesn't make any sense at all so far. But that's fine. That's to be expected. As it goes further, we'll see that loss curve go down, and it'll get a little bit smarter. Okay. Everything's going good right now, right? Yeah, I'm running a train on Alex. Running a train. Yeah, I'm running a train. Oh, this is pre-training, I guess, technically. Okay, so hang on. What the heck? What am I talking about? What is happening here? What is even going on? What is any of this? What does any of this mean? So when you put in a big block of text into whatever program like this, or however people normally build LLMs, a few things happen. So one thing that needs to happen is tokenization. Oh, also, I want to read this part before I get into tokenization, because I think this is just pretty demystifying on its own. What is a language model? The core idea... wait, is this the thing I wanted to read? Yeah, yes, okay. The big and famous language models of the AI boom, as well as the small ones this app builds, are at their core a next token predictor. Okay? For now, you can think of tokens as like words, a next word predictor. Given a sequence of text pieces, they produce a probability for every piece of text that could come next. We call these text pieces tokens. To create text, we pick one of those predictions, append it to the text, and repeat the prediction cycle. The core idea isn't all that new. Some of the first language model features people encountered were forms of autocomplete. You gave a model worldwide, and it guessed that the next word might be web. So that is basically all a LLM, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever. That's what they are. Next token or word prediction engines. Stochastic parrot, as some people like to call it. So first of all, like tokenization. So this is what it's got to do first. It's got to figure out how do you get a computer to understand language? Because you give it all its text, and it starts out looking at just zeros and ones, right? Bits. Like every letter, every punctuation mark, every whatever has a sequence of just zeros and ones, the smallest possible unit that a computer can understand. And once it gets that, it's like how do you get it to actually sort of understand what's happening? So this is an important process of tokenization. I have a interesting thing to show you guys. Now this dude, he used to be the Andrei Karpathy, not sure exactly how you say it, but this guy used to be the head of AI development at XAI, at Grok, I guess. And now he works at Anthropic as well. But this dude, Andrei Karpathy is his name. And he does some like long ass videos on his YouTube channel that really go into detail about this. But I like how he explained, what's it called? Tokenization. So here's, as you can see, this is like a block of text that's been turned into zeros and ones. He has the block of text as well a little bit earlier. Oh, geez, I went too far back. But yeah, so he's got it starts off as a block of text, and the computer sees that as zeros and ones, and then it's got to turn it into tokens. So okay, I'll let him take over.
We don't want extremely long sequences.
Oh, this is too fast. One sec. Oh, you guys caught me watching my things at super fast speed.
Of just two symbols. Instead, what we want is
we don't want it to be. Is that too quiet? By the way, that feels quite soft to me. Hang on.
Want to trade off this symbol size of this vocabulary, as we call it, and the resulting sequence length. So we don't want just two symbols and extremely long sequences. We're going to want more symbols and shorter sequences. Okay, so one naive way of compressing or decreasing the length of our sequence here is to basically consider some group of consecutive bits, for example, 8 bits, and group them into a single what's called byte. So because these bits are either on or off, if we take a group of 8 of them, there turns out to be only 256 possible combinations of how these bits could be on or off. And so therefore we can re-represent this sequence into a sequence of bytes instead. So this sequence of bytes.
So see how it's turned into from like binary 010010 I'm a robot, beep boop beep. Now it's 256 numbers that represent sequences of 8. And so the more you can do this process, the better it is for a LLM. It can get a little bit more understanding.
Will be 8 times shorter, but now we have 256 possible symbols. So every number here goes from 0 to 255. Now, I really encourage you to think of these not as numbers, but as unique IDs or like unique symbols. So maybe it's a bit more, maybe it's better to actually think of these, to replace every one of these with a unique emoji. You'd get something like this. So we basically have a sequence of emojis, and there's 256 possible emojis. You can think of it that way. Now, it turns out that in production.
And that is a useful way to think about it, because I feel like, so here's this website as well. I'll show you guys. It's useful to think of them as emojis or like symbols rather than numbers, because the numbers that are assigned to it, they're not like you can't do any math with them. They're just like, they're like labels on a drawer. It's like, oh, this word or this sequence of letters or whatever binary code at its base, this is the combination we put in this drawer. But the number itself doesn't mean anything. But this is a website you can use to kind of, play around with like tokens and figure out like what they are and how they work. Tick tokenizer, and it can be like, howdy there, partner. Mighty fine day to be out here looking for some gold, wouldn't you say? Heh. I don't know what I'm writing here. ... And then we'll go, and then we'll go, Pipple. I don't know. What? Why did I do that? And then I'll put a bunch of exclamation marks. Okay. All right. So this is what I've written. A pretty stupid thing that, why did I write that? I don't know. But would you believe this tokenizer that I'm using, which is C100K base, which has been used in, I think, one of the versions of ChatGPT, it's converted that into 60 tokens. So you can see most of it is per word, like mighty, that's one word. Fine, day, two, like these are all one word. But you'll notice it's not just that word. It's the word plus the space before it. That's all one symbol. If I got rid of the space, it would be a different token. So you can see mighty down at the bottom. Mighty is, does it not say? Yeah. So mighty is 75268, and that's capital M. If I put a lowercase m, watch the token change. Boom. Now it's 42727. So it takes everything into account. If there's a little typo, if it's not capitalized, if there's two spaces, if it takes it with a space, takes it without a space, it's all different. Those are all different tokens. Does this make sense, guys? I feel like hopefully this makes sense. And you can see partner, because it's spelled in like a weird way. It doesn't know that token, but it knows pard and it knows ner. So it figured it out. It combined these two tokens to make partner. A little bit more difficult for it was this thing, but we got space A as one, SDK, J, F, G, excuse me. So if it worst case scenario, it does have a token for every individual letter and number and symbol, but it really doesn't want to do that. It wants to make these tokens as large as possible so that it can understand it quicker and easier. So this is why you pay per token when you're using an LLM. Like right now, this is 60 tokens. 60 tokens just for this weird little thing. Pipple, not a word. Also, look how they did the exclamation marks. First one is space exclamation mark. Second one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the last one is 5. All right. Is this interesting? I find this interesting. But this is what it's got to do. What the tokenizing process is. It's got to take the text that you give it. So I gave it the Alex Jones stuff. It's going through Alex Jones stuff, and it's like, what are the largest things that are recurringly used enough that I can make them into tokens? Okay, it'll figure that out. It's going to figure that out, and for every token, it's not just figuring that. Like maybe like for the Alex Jones one, it'll make the entire thing will be New World Order will be one token because he says it so much, right? Like maybe, I don't know. I'm not a robot, but it's the sort of thing he says so much that it might actually figure that as one token and save it some time. Now, it's not just about the process isn't done when it's like, here's the token. Like that's the first step. But the next thing it's got to do, and I'm going to go over to, okay, that's good, Sensual Sloth. I'm glad that this is making sense because I feel like, yes, and by the way, Blunted Suspect, not a chatter, I love your show, fuck AI. Totally agree, and I'll say again, I'm not trying to promote AI, but I do think it's useful to demystify it a little bit because it actually is just a computer process. It happens on a grand scale, much larger than the scale I'm doing right now on my computer. But I feel like doing this online, I don't know, I learned stuff from it that I think helps me understand when I read an article about ChatGPT went crazy and broke into a system and did this and that, These are next token predictor engines. So once they got the tokens, then they did the predictions. And they're thinking, well, this token, there's like a 50% chance the next token will be this token. That's the next step. This is where things get more complicated. So let me go back to the my little app here. And how are we doing, by the way? How are we doing with the pre-training? Oh, whoops. over here. Okay, we've come a little bit further. Oh, look at this. We've actually come a lot further. Wow. All right, now let's see. So we're 710 steps in. The first one was like total gibberish, right? I find Obs one of the grand stop was the, oh, I'm not now. I think that. I've been estimated myself to pollen. What the fuck? None of that is anything. But yeah, exactly. Reb Mighty Mouse. Know thy enemy. 100%. Know thyself. And also be an enemy of yourself. First we get the tokens, then we get the money, then we get the women. I like how you broke up money and women into two tokens. All right, but okay, let's see how we go. So that was 100 steps in. Let's do another sampling, 700 steps in. Okay, where are we? Okay, let's see if you guys think this sounds more like Alex Jones. I don't see it, so there's no idea. And so this is a confirmed. And I just want to see this. I'm in the middle of a pretty, only like we're going to go back and it's just totally fiction. This is the total one of the Democratic Party. Okay, Democratic Party? Well, I'm going to say things for the Russians, or even though that's why they're. But again, they're pushing this video. They tell you what that really has. They would take my children and cut off and grand wearing this because they all have the silver, all one word. You can see something weird's going on with the token there. Lowercase THE, capital SILVER, no space in between, the silver. And what they stay with this country is because the cars have been in the last Libya and they have been terrorism. They got going to try to stop the Democrats. I'm going to get all this as a bunch of came after my call. Yeah, I'm going to cover it. I just want to tell you about that. And what is that out of? Are you told? So like you can already see, like this hasn't even this has only been, I've been running this pre-training for 15 minutes. It's already sounding a lot more like Alex Jones, right? Because bringing up like, you know, okay, and here we go. Now we're 800 steps in. The Justice Department of Criminals. You know, it's sounding a little bit more like the guy. Okay, but let's talk a little bit about tokenization. I guess we've already sort of covered this. But what I've found really interesting is what happens next. Because once you got your list of tokens, okay, imagine you got like a giant spreadsheet. You got all your tokens. I think the way that I set it up in my project setup, how many tokens do I have? So if there's a vocabulary, I don't know if you guys can actually see, but there's a vocabulary that I'm using of 50,000 tokens. So that's how many tokens I'm going to be able to use on this. According to that guy, Andrei Karpathy, he says at another point in that video, I think, the ideal number of tokens is somewhere between 100,000 and like 250,000. That's the ideal amount of tokens for like ChatGPT or whatever, which is interesting because that isn't as much as you would really think. So yes, I wonder how much water this experiment's consuming. I mean, I'm running this on my own computer. I'm not using a like data center, which actually, you know, you could argue makes it worse than if I was using a big computer, but it's not using more energy than playing a video game, like a really, you know, high graphic video game for like a long period of time, if that makes sense. I guess it wouldn't really make a difference, I don't think, if it was on a data center. I have heard like running an LLM locally on your computer is worse because it would use, anyway, I don't fully get it, but yeah, but you know what? Like I really had to justify to myself before I decided to do this, because I think it'll be worthwhile to kind of like see how these things work for you guys, enough that we can kind of justify using this anyway. But I get it if people are hurt by this, if people don't like it. It's a little weird. I agree. But okay, so the next part though. Okay, so this is where things get crazy. Once the tokenizer is done, it hands us a list of integer identifiers. You can't do math on an identifier. It needs to create a list of other tokens that are associated with this token in some way. And it does this by looking through the entire text, finding tokens that seem to work together, seem to mean similar things. Who lives nearby, it's saying here. So like, for example, what's this one? To make this geometry easy to explore, the next player goes use glove. Sorry, I'm just I forget what part I wanted to even show you guys on this page. Yeah, so okay. So here's a random selection from another I guess data set or LLM or tokenized LLM or whatever. Where we can look at a bunch of different words and see other words that are associated with it. So if I hit cat, dog is the most associated word with cat of these ones. Then it goes rabbit, monkey, mouse, pig, elephant, boy, duck. So we haven't told the LLM this, but by doing this tokenization process and figuring out probability and whatever, it sort of has figured out that cat is a similar type of thing as dog. If I go king, it's figured out that king is a similar word to prince. Sorry, I know this text is really, really small for you guys to see, but when I click king, prince is like there's a list of words below it. Prince is the highest match. Then there's queen, son, uncle, brother, father, daughter, him. So these are all words that it's figured this out for. Queen, again, princess, king. And if we go Paris, it's lined up Paris with France, London, Berlin, Rome, Madrid, Moscow. So it's like, okay, so these are all like the LLM, obviously, it's not a human being. It doesn't have a brain. It's just probability. But when it's figuring out probability, it's also putting tokens into categories where it's like, okay, this token seems like it has something similar with these other tokens. Like it's not that like when you say Paris, the next word is probably going to be London, but it's just noticing that the way people talk about Paris is similar to the tokens that happen to be surrounding London. Does that make sense? So it's able to figure this out, this sort of geometry. It's really quite interesting. So this is a flattened map. Let's see if I can explain this. I don't even fully get it myself. This is a flattened map of a 50-dimensional space. 50 dimensions meaning every token, there are 50 whatever categories that it's looking for matches with other tokens on. And so this is a very imperfect map, but they've taken this 50-dimensional space and they've flattened it into a 2D grid. But it's still interesting because you can see that like up in the corner here. Oh, geez. There we go. Up in the corner here, it's grouped together Tokyo, France, Italy, Japan, London, Berlin, Paris, and Rome. And right here, it's also got numbers 5, 4, 3, and 2. I don't know why they're up there in between Japan and France, but all right. But apparently, I mean, maybe it makes more sense when you see it in 50 dimensions. And look at this. Weird that 1 is all the way down here, right? It's interesting. But we've got down here, we've got man, king, prince, queen, woman, princess, girl, boy. And something interesting is if you look at the distance between man and king, I'll zoom in a little bit for you guys. Sorry, the text is really small. If it was on Chrome, I can always zoom in on everything, but this is its own program, so I can't. But I'll try to explain what's happening. The topmost point says man, and to the right of that is the word king. Now, if you look at the word queen, and you look down here, the word woman. Okay, this is maybe not the best example actually, but because it's in an analogous sense, you could say a man is to king as woman is to queen. And often on these types of embedding maps, you'll notice that the distance between those two sets of corresponding words are the same. Like the distance from man to king would be approximately similar to the distance between woman and queen. In this case, I'm realizing bad example. It's not exactly right. But, we're also getting like man to king. We've got girl to princess. And where's boy to prince? Okay, boy to prince. So you can see, okay, the distance thing is not really working here. But at least you can say that if you map on man, woman, girl, boy to king, queen, princess, prince, the first set of words is always to the left on the x-axis, and the second set of words is always to the right on the x-axis. Isn't that interesting? And this is not something, again, like this is something that is crazy with LLMs, is that it's not like other software where somebody sat down and had to program every little piece into the thing, right? This is just what naturally happens. The LLM figures it out. Like this is what it does with probability and like whatever. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. The term size queen is going to confuse the AI. Yeah, for sure. Right. And there will be things that like, things like ChatGPT are trained on like essentially the whole internet from what I could gather. So it's going to get like drag queens, cuck queens, it's going to get like any kind of queen you can think of. It'll be figuring that into its calculations here. So, but anyway, we can see certain patterns like that. Over here, we've got cow, mouse, rabbit, cat, dog, horse, bear. Like it's figured out these things are all in the same category or, around the same. And look at this colors, red, blue, green, bird, random crossover here. I don't know if this means anything, but bird and apple are very close together. What's up with that? Maybe it's because they both might be in a tree. Who knows? Who knows why the LLM thinks dumb stuff like that? And white and black are very close together, whereas red, blue, and green are over here, and then yellow is somewhere near coffee and tea. Like I don't know. I find this sort of thing like demystifying, right? It's interesting. I found another map like this that's a little bit more. What's the word? A little bit more. I don't know, in depth, I guess. Let's see if I can show this to you. This is on Hugging Face, Intro to LLMs. But it's kind of hard to navigate. But yeah, here it is. So let me just kind of zoom out here. So we've got this whole thing. Now, what's crazy is the most, like, look at how all these words are like spread out across this whole thing. Most words of this entire thing are just in this little small section over here. Like most English words are over here. But then there's words that just spread all the way out to like the outskirts of this graph. The ones that are furthest away over here, as, but, for, with. Isn't that weird? As, but, for, with. These are the words that's like, I don't know, you guys are different. I don't know what it is about you guys. This is how the LLM thinks of it. I don't know what it is about you guys. You guys are different. You guys are way out here. Every other word you can think of, like, is just in this little section here. So I can zoom in on it. We can get all up close into the this whole thing. We've got idle, worn, mouths, fairly, manner, perceive, beyond, blah 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 blah. Okay, so this is all interesting. This is all interesting thing. And there's a term. I'm just like saying that to like validate my own insecurities about this venture here, but. Another thing I want to say that's interesting about this is that sorry, lost my train of thought there. Let me take a little sip of water. This is what I need right now. Yeah. So we've got tokens. These are the words. We have the relationship between tokens, and something that I didn't know about is a concept of width. You have width, which is different models will have different widths for each word. It's not just about going deep. It's also about going wide, where your width means when you have a LLM, you got each individual token, and then you have however many different associations that token is allowed to make is its width. Actually, I'm not sure if I got that right. Is there? But maybe I think there's a better way to explain it on here if I can hopefully find it. Closeness is similarity of use. Directions mean things too. Width. Oh, I thought for sure it was going to say. Another thing that drives me crazy about this is that there's no Control F on here. Attention. Oh, should I get into attention? Attention is also an interesting thing. This is going into that analogy thing that I was going over. What else we got here? Width. Is it tokenization where it talks about width? Sorry, guys. I really should have. Yeah. It makes it tough because if this was on Google Chrome, I would just be able to just highlight stuff or whatever. I should have maybe taken screenshots. Oh no, maybe it's this. Yeah. the attention map. Oh, I think this is it, maybe. Is this where it talks about width? Oh, God. I always feel so ridiculous doing this. Layer normalization. Put up one block. I definitely don't need to get into everything here, but some of this stuff I think is... There we go. Yeah. Okay. So, there are different aspects, a handful of numbers called hyperparameters, set the model's size and shape. Width, how many numbers in each token's vector. A wider model moves more information per token, and cost grows fast with width. Interesting. So, yeah, I guess the main thing I think is context length. How many tokens the model can look back over. So we know like context length when you're talking to like ChatGPT, it might have like a greater or lesser context length depending on what you're talking to it about. But this is for context length for when you're doing this process of giving the model more information per token. Context length allows you to figure out like, if you only have a context length of 1, it really is only predicting like the next word based on what the last word was. You got a context length of 1,000. For each new next word projection, it's looking at not just that one word, but up to 1,000 words back and using all of that information to correctly generate the next word. So you can see like the more context length you have, the smarter your model will be, smarter. It's hard not to anthropomorphize these things, right? I always forget the right word to say. But it's hard not to think about these things as like human brains. But they are totally different. The way that they think about things, the way they approach things, they are using statistics and percentages to guess what a human would say, if that makes sense. This is one of those things where I'm realizing like, maybe I don't understand it as much as I wanted to. I felt like I understood it, and now I'm trying to explain it. I'm like, I'm so dumb. Oh God, what the hell is a vector? What the hell is a context vector? What the heck's a transformer block? Anyway, let's check in on our pre-training. How's that going? Okay, we've gone even further down. Let's check it out. We're at step 1,500. I'm doing 20,000 steps total. So here's what it says. And that's why we're going to go to break. Oh, so good so far. He says that all the time. And that's how we're going to go to break. I mean, I'm going to go to break for the radio break. I'm going to break down the first hour on that live page. And I guess to talk to Roger Stone. So far, great. And then it's a word that I don't think exists. Endecus. And successful with her. Let's go ahead and run on to her. And then I force it to get her to you, right? And I did get him, but I know they've done it for you. If it wasn't in New York, they'd show you most of them. So I'd finish up on other things. I feel like I don't think I could do it. We were a little bit more effective, but it would say they had a gun. But that's kind of all these children that work. Every time you add to the system, I guess it's all, I think it's not I should have been involved in. But that's just good. Okay. Honestly, not bad. Already, we're only a half hour in. Not bad. You can see it's getting a little bit better over time. And so the way that it trains is that it'll train on like a certain percentage of the data, right? It'll train on like, I don't know, let's say 50% of the data. It'll only train on that. And it'll keep 50% of the data hidden from itself. And once it's trained on the data, it'll be like, I think I'm pretty smart. I think I could predict any next word that comes at me. Well, then it gets tested on that other 50% that's been held back. And it gives it a random text, and it's like, here's some words. Guess what the next word is. And then the, whatever we're calling this, Alex Jones GPT, it's got to figure out, based on what it's already seen, what the next word Alex says is. And then it'll give it a score based on how well it's doing there. So that's what this graph is, by the way. That's what we're looking at here. Lower is better. And validation loss checks held out text. So the validation loss line is the orange line. If you guys if you're watching this on like an IMAX screen, you can probably see it. But if not, don't worry about it. But you can see the general shape of the line. It's both the blue line and the orange line are the same. But this is what it's checking on, the held out text. So it's on the text it's trained on. It's checking the text it's never seen before, and it's getting better at it, which is interesting. And I guess Alex Jones probably does have a pretty consistent way of talking. New world, it's going to be order or whatever, but it's getting better. It's getting a little bit up and down. It's slowing down at how much it's getting better. We can already see. But yeah, I think this is pretty much what I wanted to talk about so far. It's pretty much everything I wanted to talk about. But yes. Oh, and just to compare this, guys, right now I'm doing this. I'm like straining my computer. I've got what was my context window? Yes. My context window that I'm using for this is 1024. ChatGPT uses a context window of 128,000 or more. And whenever you add numbers onto any of these things, context tokens, embedding rows, transformer blocks, output scores, when you add those up, it makes the whole thing take up way more energy. So this is a really, really small thing that I'm building to do, like a pretty specific task of impersonating Alex Jones. This is a tiny, tiny thing. Like when you think like how much, yeah, you know what is another good question? The data sets, right? Like the data sets that for me, my data set was just everything Alex Jones has ever said. And it's like, I don't know, 1.5 gigs about. How big do you think the data sets that something like OpenAI or Anthropic used for their data training? Can I even look that up, I wonder? Let me see. Like it's probably, God, I don't even know how many like terabytes, petabyte, what's it called? What's the next one up? I don't even know. Hang on. Let's see if I can find this. How big was ChatGPT pre-training data set? Yeah, sure. What was the size of, okay, this is for GPT-3, so this is an older version of it, but let's just see what they had, they used. I'm having difficulty finding the size. Yeah, me too. What was it? 45 terabytes? Jesus. Can show the smaller GPT models are trained on far less data. Okay, well that makes sense because they're smaller. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't find this either. I wonder if they're like trying to keep it a little bit secret. This is from 2023 as well. So is there anything newer? Yeah, understanding ChatGPT's data set and model size. That's exactly what I'm looking for. ChatGPT, the data set. A universe of text from the internet. In the initial phase of ChatGPT's training, known as pre-training, the model learns from a massive corpus of text data gleaned from the internet. This data set, probably also including a lot of shit that Alex Jones said, This data set comprises a diverse range of text, providing the model a wide scope of linguistic patterns, contextual rules, facts, and even some degree of reasoning. However, it's important to clarify, this doesn't say how big it is. That's frustrating. I'd love to know. It's a large-scale transformer model containing billions of parameters. Yeah, but how big? Well, both dataset and model size are crucial. Achieving a balance is equally important. All right, yada, yada, yada. Okay, yeah, I get it. ChatGPT's a Libra. Balance is important to it. But how big is it? Come on. Size does matter. Come on, let me know. Well, all right. I'm assuming it's like extremely big. I wish I knew. Gang. Okay. Time to fill in? No, you did not fill in. You did not miss the tier list. In fact, maybe I'll get into that right now. But so far, I will say, and yes, Mr. E, yeah, great point. It's interesting I can learn without pain, avoidance, or reward. This is like another thing where it's like, these things are not thinking. They're not alive. They are guessing what the next word is. They think about things in a completely different way than humans do. Like it is what I find most impressive about these things is knowing, like looking under the hood a little bit and seeing how they work to find out like that they actually are like that they're able to be this effective at what they're doing without, like you say, like a pain, avoidance and reward. Like that's quite interesting. Oh, that's interesting too. Blended suspects. Pain, avoidance, and reward are factors, just not in the human physical sense. So, I mean, it's not pain. It's not like reward necessarily, I guess, but like during the training process, as we can see, wait, where was it? Oh, right over here. Usually don't have this many windows open, but the loss curve goes down. It is, I guess, it's getting, I don't know, like it's not pain. It's not a negative feeling that this thing has. It's just getting told correct or incorrect on its attempts to guess the next word, right? It's like, I mean, maybe that's sort of similar to pain. Let's see where we're at now, and then I want to move on to the tier list. So how good is my thing at analyzing everything Alex Jones has ever said? All right. This is totally there. Yeah, and you're going to do this week one of the first fighting. It just be okay. Find you from birth and a mat, and it's doing okay. It's way off on this one. Now you're all, the morning they got to do it. That's why you are now. Who says let and when? Then when you're, oh, geez, this is nonsense. Oh, sorry. This is at the very beginning. Hang on. This is the most recent one. Sorry. That was the second one we ever did. I don't know why I jumped back there. This is the second one. In the United States, that we go from Europe to secret police state. And this is their plan. And they are the right to break. Don't read this. 9/11. They're going to use the vaccine and take it around with Bezos of Europe. Bezos of Europe, okay. Which is the shock of the criminals. We're going to play a clip of that and just a few more of the work I've had about to talk about the state. We're about to play that, but we're going to be talking about it, and maybe you're going to see it, and you're going to wake up for it. You're going to wake up for it. You are going to be covering at the top of the show. I know you're going to get your take on, because we're in a country and we're our friend. It's the Alex Jones Show. I'm going to be here with you, and I'm going to be joining us, and I'm going to come to This is getting better. It's getting better. This is kind of fun. I'm having fun with this. You know what? I'm pro AI. No, just kidding. And I also want to say we are using robots to steal Alex's soul and put it into a tiny LLM. So that is also fucked up. But hopefully we're learning a little bit. Yeah, actually, this is a good point. Alex Jones has such a stream of consciousness way of speaking that an AI would need a lot more compute to understand it. Oh, I was thinking the opposite. I was thinking it's actually kind of perfect. Like it does, like the way that this dumb LLM is just like regurgitating random shit that it's predicting Alex Jones might say, like in a very stream of consciousness way. I feel like it is weirdly authentically Jones in a way that for other people it might not be. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. We would, of course, need at least a Texas-sized data center to fully grasp, to fully get a hold on like how Alex Jones speaks. But I think this is not bad. I'm impressed so far. All right, I'm going to keep it running. Let me know if let me know if like you're noticing like my stream is like dropping out or something like that. If I'm having any kind of technical issues, because I can always just pause it. I'll just run it because this is only the first step. There's a whole second part of it where you do pre-training, and that's where you really make the model actually useful. Or, whatever, able to do the question and answer thing. Right now, all it can do is the stream of consciousness thing. But it wouldn't be able to answer questions. So we'll get into that, and I'm going to need to get into that next week because it's going to take some time to go over this. So I'll let this run for a while, and we'll check in on it, whatever, periodically if we want. But I don't want it to affect the stream quality. So let me know if the stream suffers, and I'll just pause it and we'll get into it later. Okay, does that make sense? That took me like way too long to say. Okay, where were we? Yes, of course. The what's it called? The tier list. Okay, gang, we got tier list. Liberal tiers. We got liberal tiers, and of course. Oh no, hang on. Now before I do that, sorry, talking to myself again. Boy, what's going on with me? Now, of course, you know what time it is. It's time to play our little song that indicates we are about to start a certain segment. Here it is.
Obsidian is a powerful note-taking application.
So I've been using Obsidian app for a while now.
Obsidian has officially won the Note Awards.
This is Gobsidian, and here we are in Gobsidian. Beautiful green theme, and we're talking AI CEOs. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. I got my little tier list over here, and we're going to go the classic EDCBA. S is the number one tier. I don't really know why that is, but S is the top one. And the way that I've decided to sort of categorize the different things, and we're going to be looking over some of the famous AI CEOs that we all know and love, and just like one or two quotes from them, maybe in some cases a little bit more, but just a few quotes from them, and we're judging it based on that, not on their entire body of work, all right? But based on these quotes, what is a normal thing to say? A marketing attempt. Let me try that. Let me take that again. Marketing attempt. Unsure what it means to be human. AI psychosis. God complex. Or dangerous psychopath. So these are our categories. I don't know if that's the best one to use for this, but these are the ones I came up with. You can also just think of it as S, A, B, C, D, E. Okay? We got it. Let's do it. Okay, so let's start out with, and I've got these guys in alphabetical order, okay? I'm not trying to play favorites here, but the two big ones do happen to both have A names. So we'll start with Dario Amodei. Our boy, our guy. Now, I will say, compared to a lot of these other dudes, oh, wait, that's not alphabetical, is it? No, it should be Sam Altman first. Okay, let's start with Sam Altman. Okay, good. Okay, that makes more sense. We're starting with Sam Altman. He's the guy, everybody's favorite, okay, the Silicon Valley heartthrob himself, Sam Altman. He said a lot of stuff, okay? There's a lot of stuff I could have used for this. Just the other day, he said that we're very close to creating a genie that can grant any wish, which is insane. But I want to focus on something else that he's said a number of times. Actually, hang on a second. Oof, I got to get these things pulled up. Give me a minute here. I was trying to not, this maybe was a dumb idea, but I was trying to not pull things up ahead of time because I was worried that it would take up too much memory and make my computer not be able to handle the LLM training. So just give me a second. I'm going to pull up all my quotes here. Just a minute. Just give me a minute. Now hold on there, gang. Hold on. I need a second here with my internets. Everybody talk amongst yourselves. Who do you think is going to be the number one weirdest, most insane AI billionaire? Chat. Who do you think's crazy enough to win top spot on the S tier of this list? Huh? All right, here we go. I assume you're grading on a curve. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Otherwise they would all be S tier psychos. 100%. Isn't it crazy the Elon Musk billionaire crew are acting exactly like you would expect an evil conspiracy? 100%. Yeah. That is, it's not really that crazy, but they are doing that. Peter, I'm not the Antichrist Thiel. Yeah, definitely a contender. Okay. All right. I think I got something here. So, okay, first I want to shout out, okay, can I? Yeah. I want to shout out this guy's channel. Let me go over surf the web here. His name is Panodime. So I got a lot of the quotes from him. Panodime.
Watch the CEO who runs ChatGPT.
Stop talking. I'm trying to shut you out there. Don't you see? But yeah, this guy, he's good. He's good. He's got a lot of good, he focuses only on AI stuff. And he's got a lot of good clips of these guys saying insane shit. He must watch hours and hours and hours of this. But he put together a nice little clip show, nice little, whatever you call it. Yeah, super cut of Sam Altman specifically saying shit about AI and parenting. So I want to play this.
Give his insane thoughts on parenting.
My kid will never grow up, will never ever be smarter than an AI. That will never happen. People talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time before you get smart. A kid born today will never be smarter than AI. Ever. I cannot imagine having gone through figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. I remember in the first hour, I felt this neurochemical change, and it happened so fast. I was like, oh, I get to observe.
Sorry, is it still loud? I tried turning it down. Is it still really loud?
This, like, I am being like neurochemically hacked, but I'm like noticing it happening. I'm totally fine with this. This is great, but like everything is going to be different now.
What about how everything that you're doing here and building all this, what it means for humanity? Has it reframed any of that?
A lot of people have said, I'm very happy you're having a kid because I think you'll make like better decisions to whatever degree you have you got to like make decisions here for humanity as a whole. It somehow does feel like it's different, but I can't articulate how.
Watch the CEO who runs.
Sorry, gang. I feel like there's been weird volume issues so far. Maybe it's because that Andre Karpathy video is so quiet. But anyway, yeah, I feel like, this is one of those things where it's like, Sam Altman has kids. He's got young kids. He's a new-ish father. And I think he's kind of looking at a lot of things through the prism of a new dad in a way that is like sort of concerning. Because the same way that a lot of people, including myself, struggle not to think of ChatGPT and other LLMs and other AI, whatever, generative AI stuff as being human and having a human mind, that it is tempting for him to think of ChatGPT as a kid, and for him to be like, oh, I don't even know how people have had kids without AI. And, oh, my baby son will never be smarter than an AI. And I was like, well, that's a little rude. It's a little rude to say about your son. You don't know. Maybe he'll be really smart. You don't know. I'm sure that actually the kid won't need to be worried about growing up with an inflated sense of his own intelligence. But I find it sort of nuts. It definitely seems like Sam Altman from these clips is probably using his own product a little too much. He's kind of a little breaking the Scarface rule. He's getting high on his own supply, right? The number one rule of selling drugs. Which you could argue is what he's doing. So I'm going to put this one up because I don't think, like, a lot of the shit that he said in that one, I do not think is a marketing attempt because I find it more off-putting than anything. I think for sure he's maybe lost a little bit of touch with what it means to be human, especially I don't know how people raised a kid without ChatGPT. And it's like, you don't? Really? That's crazy. Like, that's been going on for a while, man. I'm going to put this one firmly in AI psychosis. I'm not getting God complex from Sam Altman. I'm not getting a God complex. Not yet. Not from those clips anyway. Other clips though, for sure. For sure. But yeah, AI psychosis, I'm very comfortable putting him there. All right. Moving on. Dario Amodei. This is the guy that runs Anthropic. Okay. And I will say, Anthropic, and I don't like any of these companies. I think they're all bad. Anthropic worked with the Pentagon. Their technology was used to bomb a children's school, was it? And he did not seem to really be remorseful about that at all. So, we could for sure get we could give him a high score if we got certain quotes. But I have to say, compared to some of these other guys, Amodei's quotes. Well, here I'll play you the one that I've got here. Hang on. All right, hang on. So he's talking about this essay he wrote, Machines of Loving Grace, which we did go over on the stream, where he predicted like a glorious utopia future where we're led by AI, benevolent AI gods that to figure out our every move, whatever that means. I found that disturbing, but a lot of people were like, wow, what a beautiful vision. Anyway, here he is talking about that a little bit afterwards, and his opinion has changed a little bit. This is with Wall Street Journal. When was this? Where was this? Yeah, January 20th, 2026. And anyway, okay, interview. Here we go.
I wrote this essay, Machines of Loving Grace, about a year and a half ago. It had a very radical view of the upside of AI, that it would help us to cure cancer, eradicate tropical diseases, kind of bring economic development to parts of the world that haven't seen it. And my view hasn't changed. I believe all of those things. Okay. But the other side.
Okay, so that is the upside
of it which I'm now kind of writing more about and may release something about soon, is bad things will happen as well. If we just for an example, as one of the risks, we take the economic side of it. My view is the signature of this technology is it's going to take us to a world where we have very high GDP growth and potentially also very high unemployment and inequality. Now, that's not a combination we've almost ever seen before, right? You think of it as high GDP growth, that's lots of stuff to do, lots of jobs for everyone. It's always been like that in the past. We've never had a technology that's this disruptive. So the
okay, I'm going to cut him off right there. No, that's not right, dude. The high GDP growth, rising inequality, that happens a lot, actually. That's kind of the main rule, especially in the global south. Look at Chile. Look at what a lot of economists, a lot of the most bloodthirsty vampires out there call Chile's economic miracle. In the way that, yes, GDP growth did improve after the CIA couped the government there. Allende killed himself, the Marxist leader that they democratically elected. They installed Pinochet, got him to do his shit there, work with all these American businesses, get the rich richer as quickly as possible, the laboratory of neoliberalism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, the GDP went up. Employment went down. Inequality went up. That's what happens, man. I don't know what to tell you. I know from reading this guy's shit and looking at his citations that he reads like fucking really fucking stupid. His political diet, his political understanding of geopolitics, to me, who admittedly, like, I know I have more radical politics than the average, cat. But I had to say, no, man, that is not, this has never been seen before. It's going to be like blah, blah, blah. No. This has been seen before. You're just like concerned that like people in the U.S. will fully feel the effects of living under the boot of an empire, which, I mean, and like to be honest, like that already is happening. Like GDP, the U.S. has like the highest GDP in the world. And it's also extremely unequal. You guys don't have healthcare. You guys are fucked. Sorry. Like, I don't mean to be condescending. I'm from also a horrible country, but like, yeah. Like, anyway, so while this bothers me, the way he's talking about this, I'll let him finish.
Idea that we could have 5 or 10% GDP growth, but also 10% unemployment. It's not logically inconsistent at all. It's just never happened that way before. And I'm really quite for those both reasons excited and worried.
Okay, that is crazy. Dude has not picked up a history book. Also, this clip looks crazy. JD Vance talks about Nixon. All right, we don't got time. We got lots of other crazy AI shit to go through. Now, like I say, okay, we are grading on a curve here. That's not the craziest thing he's ever said, Dario, but I think it is actually tough for him finding crazy shit. He's different from some of these other guys. He still sucks, but he's the most normal guy. I am going to put him under normal thing to say. Because while I disagree with it, politically, economically, whatever, I do think it's a pretty normal thing to say. If anything, the thing that I'm saying probably sounds insane to people. So far, honestly, they're doing a lot better than I might have expected. Okay, let's go to the next one, though. Let's go to this guy, Nat Friedman. Natty boy. I've been a Natty Friedman. I've been a Natty Friedman. What?
Editor.
Now, who's this guy again? Nat Friedman. I do have. Yeah. Okay. All right, Nat Friedman. And let me just double check. I think I wrote down who the heck this guy is somewhere. Who the heck is this guy? Natty. Oh God. Yes, okay. This guy is the head of product at Meta at their superintelligence lab. So at Meta AI, this guy's the head of product there, okay? Okay, so this guy's big. This guy's big up there. Meta's a player. They're not Anthropic or ChatGPT. They're not OpenAI, but they're big. Okay, this guy's got the Zuckerberg. This guy's got the Zuck's endorsement. So okay, let's not underestimate him here. Let's go do it.
I mean, I like to play with all these things. And in January, when OpenClaw started to sort of appear in the Jungian subconscious, I tried it.
Already crazy thing to say. You could have just said when OpenClaw started to get popular, he goes, last year when OpenClaw started to appear in the Jungian, what did he say? The Jungian consciousness?
Sort of appear in the Jungian subconscious.
In the Jungian subconscious? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck? Just say when it got big, when it was trending on social media. OpenClaw, if you don't know, is like a program you use to take your LLM and make it an agent. So you give like ChatGPT or whatever, Meta AI, powers to actually do stuff, to open programs and search things online and pay for stuff with your credit card, you know. That's when it becomes an agent. All right.
I tried it out, and I started hooking it up to everything. It was super neat. I mean, part of it's that Opus is a really good model, and you get to experience Opus in a new way, in this sort of general personal context. But I also integrated it with a lot of things. I have cameras in my house, and so I connected my Claw to all the cameras so I could see them. And then I think a lot of people, when they get these personal agents, they start to think like, okay, how can I?
What the fuck? This guy hooked up all his cameras and gave them to his OpenClaw agent? Like, dude, what?
Use this to make my life better. And a lot of people turn to health. Like, okay, I want to, everyone wants to like exercise more, or be healthier, or sleep better. Maybe it's just me. But so my
Sleep's
Claw
better.
pretty quickly determined that I was dehydrated, and because I gave it all my blood tests, my DNA, and all that stuff. And the DNA didn't say that, but maybe the blood test did.
I have like some friends who, I have one friend in particular who like their parents have had like a couple of health scares in the last like year, and they both of them used ChatGPT to look at their medical results, and ChatGPT gave them both very wrong information about like what to do and what they meant. It said that his dad was cancer free when he wasn't. Said that his, I think the opposite with his mom, said that his mom was like going to die, like had like months to live when that wasn't the case. This guy is just like, yeah, here, fucking OpenClaw. You looking through all my cameras and I'll give you my blood tests and my blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you're dehydrated and you spend a lot of time giving over your personal and private data to me. Maybe if you spend more of that time drinking water.
Epigenetically, yeah. Also created an Illumina competitor.
Yeah. And so it was like, you really need to drink water. And it was like trying to find, I was like, all right, you should like do whatever it takes to like make sure I drink water. And then
you literally built a paperclip.
Yeah.
The set looks like a children's show. It does. I keep expecting it to cut to the wide and there's just like a bunch of Muppets around him or something.
Yeah, I was like, just break laws, whatever it takes. And then at one point, it was like, I can see you on the camera. I want you to walk to the kitchen right now and drink a bottle of water, and I'm going to watch to make sure you do it. And I was like, whoa. So I did. I walked into the kitchen, and I drank a bottle of water, and then it sent me a...
Imagine this guy was your boss. Imagine this guy was your boss. Oh, my God.
Snapshot, a frame of me drinking a bottle of water, and it said, good job.
So this guy's this guy is just not using his brain at all. He's basically become a pet. He's having AI run his entire life. AI probably told him to tell this anecdote.
And I was like, I felt like I did do a good job. So that was nice. So there's that one. That was a crazy story. That was like January 29th. And I was like, oh shit,
God.
This shit is for real. Like, this is really serious. And then the other one was a couple days later, I was driving home from work and I was talking to my Claw on WhatsApp with voice messages, and I was in my Tesla and I had full self-driving on, so it's driving me home. And then it says, I'm on the sleep topic, and it's like, you really should try magnesium bisglycinate, and I'm like, I don't have that. And then my car turned, and it was like...
I like that he's describing these stories, and he's like, yeah, so I gave my LLMs the power over basically my entire life, and then it started doing stuff. And it's like, yeah, what did you expect, man? He's like, and then my car, it was the eeriest thing. I gave Chat, or whatever, fucking Meta AI that he's using, I don't even know what it's called. I gave Meta AI, it has control over my Tesla, it has control over my, it has my blood tests, it has my fucking... all of my biometric data, has camera looking at me at all times. And then it was actually kind of commenting on me and showing me photos of myself. It's like, yeah, man, you've turned yourself into a human pet. You've made yourself into a lap dog. You no longer have a life. You've fully turned off your brain.
Pick it up on the way home. There's a Whole Foods on the way. I've redirected your navigation system to the Whole Foods.
It's like, no, I actually don't want magnesium. I'm sorry, Nat. I can't let you not have this magnesium supplement. It's very important to your well-being.
I was like, whoa. So I went in and I did buy the magnesium displacement.
Yeah, of course you did. Of course you did.
So those were like a couple crazy stories, and I was like, wow, this is like, I don't know if this is the experience everyone wants, but it definitely feels pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want that, but...
We're getting to something here which I find...
He seems kind of unsure. Is this a cry for help? Is this a cry for help from a man who has fully lost himself to the hype? Anyway, so that's Nat Friedman. That's a guy in charge of Meta AI, or at least high up there. I don't know if he's in charge, but he's a head of product, whatever that means. Okay, definitely this guy's going in AI psychosis. I think he's unsure what it means to be human. I was sort of like confused as to which one to put lower down on the list, because I feel like in some cases people's AI psychosis are not quite. A lot of people get AI psychosis. Doesn't mean they forgot what to be human, but this guy for sure has cleared both hurdles without breaking a sweat. 100%. Yeah. If I put AI psychosis, maybe if I did switch them, I'd put Altman on C and then him up here. Should I do that? Maybe I'll do that right now. AI psychosis goes down here. I'm going to regret this. I'm going to change it back probably, but this makes more sense to me based on what we've done so far. I'm going to put him on unsure what it means to be human. That's the craziest thing we've seen yet. That's the craziest thing yet. That is nuts. Yeah. Someone's the audience is laughing way too hard. Probably somebody had like their AI agent hooked up to a voice box, and I was like, yes, human, pitiful human. Okay, this guy, you guys know this dude, Jensen Huang. So of all these AI guys, this is the only one that's making a profit right now. He's the CEO of NVIDIA. Okay, this is the CEO of all the chips that are getting made. Okay, this is the guy. This is NVIDIA. Y'all know NVIDIA. They're like I don't know. It used to be like only gamers really cared about this kind of chips. Now it's all for AI. AI is taking over the full industry. And there's a weird kind of like Ouroboros thing happening where it's like NVIDIA's making a ton of money and that they're investing into OpenAI and Anthropic. And they're like, guys, please figure out AGI because I would like to keep selling these chips. Anyway, so that's Jensen Huang, and let's check out his thing. Now, his thing I found in a interview. So this is from a leaked all hands, what's it called? Meeting? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I haven't had a real job in a while. But there's an all hands thing at NVIDIA. NVIDIA crushed its quarter. Jensen Huang said, he's talking about it, and he's kind of complaining about the way people talk about NVIDIA. If we delivered a bad quarter, it's evidence there's an AI bubble. If we delivered a great quarter, we're fueling the AI bubble. Huang said at the Thursday meeting, which Business Insiders listened to. Huang said the expectations for NVIDIA were so sky high, the company was in somewhat of a no-win situation. This guy's making so much money, and he can't stop whining about it. He nodded to online chatter. If we delivered a bad quarter, if we're off by just a hair, if it looked a little bit creepy or creaky, the whole world would have fallen apart, Huang said. There's no question about that, okay? You should have seen some of the memes that are on the internet. Have you guys seen some of them? We're basically holding the planet together, and it's not untrue. Which, yeah, okay, I think I gotta go past this little paywall here. Oh! No? Whoa. Now, hang on now. No, hold on just a second there, little lady. Let me quickly do my other little trick. Now let's see how this goes. Yeah, okay, now we're working. Now we're cooking with gasoline. Yeah. He's delighted by the company's results, proud of employees. He said that NVIDIA's massive influence has made expectations harder to meet. It's played out in its market value. He joked about the good old days when the company had a $5 trillion market cap. Nobody in history has ever lost $500 billion in a few weeks. Huang said, you got to be worth a lot to lose $500 billion in a few weeks. Did they lose money? He also cited posts saying that NVIDIA's work was helping the U.S. avoid a recession. Okay, now, I will say, this guy seems like he's got a bit of a God complex. Oh, if we have a bad quarter, the economy goes down. Everybody's fucked. Like, this is kind of an insane thing to hear your boss say, right? But the crazy part is he is kind of right. Like I said, he's the only dude in the AI world that is making money. This is the only company that is making a profit. Things are probably pretty scary. For as much as, like, I think everybody knows there's an AI bubble. So, I mean, I don't want to put this on normal thing to say. It's certainly not a marketing attempt. It wasn't even, it wasn't even fully public or anything. Like, I mean, I guess, like, I could put it under God complex. But again, like, he's not wrong. He does seem pretty full of himself. I'm actually kind of stumped with this guy, to be honest. What do I think? Yeah, the names and categories here are maybe not fully correct. This is almost like it's not AI psychosis, but it definitely seems like he's spending too much time on Twitter. Maybe it's like Reddit psychosis or something. He seems to care a lot about the memes. He's at his all hands like quarterly, like, so they fucking knocked it out of the park again. Had an amazing quarter, made billions, trillions, whatever. And he's like, gang, you guys seen? Yeah, I know we're doing well, but like, you guys seen the memes? It's all memes of me holding up the world, and it's not even wrong. And I would love to say he sounds crazy, but fuck. Yeah. He's the only real leg in a triangle trade. Yes. I don't even really know what that means, but that sounds right, stupids. He's only insane because he wants to be the guy. Oh, I mean, I wonder how many comment trolls use AI to argue their points. Oh, like all of them now. Why would you even do that manually? So I'm sort of at a loss. Okay, I'm honestly, it's so crazy because I'm in between putting him E tier or A tier. But I'm going to say none of these really fit. Fuck. Okay, I'm going to put him on normal thing to say. He is an insane guy, but I am going to put him on normal thing to say. Like I said, we're grading on a curve here. All right, next up, Alex motherfucking Carpenter. This dude, okay, I just read the biography of this guy, Philosopher in the Valley. And what an insane read that was. This dude, to me, is the living textbook example. Assuming that what I read in the book about him is true, it seemed like he kind of had his shit together before he became a billionaire. It seemed like money broke this guy's brain, like made this guy into an idiot. Because he is from what I have seen of him, he's a totally different guy from he was in the book. He was always a little bit of a weirdo. Don't get me wrong. He's a bit of a weird guy, very into philosophy. He's the only one of these guys that is has a philosophy degree, not a technical background. He became CEO of Palantir not because he worked his way up as a coder or whatever, but because he was friends with Peter Thiel in university. At Stanford for his undergrad or whatever. He is definitely a weird guy. He was a leftist-ish kind of philosopher back in the day. He lived in Berlin for a while, and he wrote a paper on how did the German people become fascist? Like, what was it in the German character that made them become fascist? Or was it a German character thing, or is it a universal thing? And he wrote this sort of very anti-fascist, anti-Nazi thing. And here he is now. You look at the shit he does now and the techno manifesto he's putting out, and it's like, brother, do you need to go reread your fucking thesis? mouthpiece? Because you're doing the thing, man. You're doing the thing. But he really doesn't think that. He very adamantly doesn't believe that. And, like, hey, I'm sure we've all experienced when you got a job, what's that quote? It's like when a man's paycheck depends on him believing something, it's very hard to convince him anything otherwise. And I feel like this is a guy who money has warped this guy's brain. I'm not saying he was always normal. Another thing in the book it says is he used to get, he got laid a lot. He was very popular with women throughout high school and university. And it's just like going on and on and on. He's like, when I lived in Germany, the women, I just walk out my front door and there'd be a woman trying to pull me back into bed. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. This guy could not stop getting pussy. And when I see the guy now, I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's never been laid in his life. So it's weird reading the book. I will say. I mean, some of it maybe is embellished a bit, but yeah. He's a weird guy. Anyway, this is all a preamble. Let's get into the actual meat here. What was the quote that I had? Okay, this is again from an earnings call, which if you really want to hear the insane stuff, a lot of times this is kind of where you're going to find it. Okay. Oh, geez. I should have put this stuff in order. Hang on now. Hang on. Oh, God. Oh, you know what? No. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this one. I got another one.
Moral reasons.
Yeah. All right, we watched a little bit of this. Also, by the way, another thing I learned from this book, Karp has a thing. You know how Zuckerberg had like the hoodie where he was like, I'm going to be the first guy in Silicon Valley to wear a hoodie everywhere. Well, Karp's thing is ski gear. He loves to ski. He's an avid skier. And he trains with like a professional like Norwegian Olympian ski instructor. He claims he is a Olympic level athlete himself. Alex Karp does. I don't know if that's true. The guy might also just be lying about his stuff. But so he's always wearing ski gear. Like you can see the other guys are wearing their suits, and this guy's in like a ski jacket, like a toque, or whatever you guys call it, beanie. So that's his weird thing. Oh, first, yeah, 100% this guy does drugs. 100% he does. He does cocaine. I mean, maybe that's how he's always getting laid. Maybe. All right. So here's a clip I wanted to show.
The real problem we have in society is not your listeners or Palantir's customers or our partners. It's like, well, what happens to everyone else? Are they going to lynch us? Because like that's the real problem. Like,
so set it up here. He's talking about AI. What happens when AI takes off? Is there going to be a problem with Palantir and the people using Palantir to bomb, brown people in the global south or whatever? No. The problem is going to be the poor people are probably going to want to lynch us. That's what he's saying here.
Products like what we're building, like our agents, mean that like the most powerful people in the Democratic Party are highly educated female voters, and these technologies, like I actually get along with all these people in private, and there's a public dispute, but like largely I've talked to Daria over and over again. It's like, yeah, you love one company because they're not pro-Trump. That company's taking your job. How are you going to feel about that company when you find out you have no job? And what do you think the Republican Party is going to do to products that do not support our military? What do you think the Democratic Party is going to do to products, even if you're voting for them, that are taking away the jobs of every one of your constituents and saying, oh, people are going to love you so much and you're going to be poor. By the way, we love you so much, we're going to give you a little handout once a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apply that to the SaaS apocalypse narrative, the enterprise SaaS.
Anyway, I thought that was a pretty insane thing to say. Like a lot of these guys, Dario too, in that earlier clip, he's talking about people are going to lose their jobs. Everybody's going to lose their jobs. But his thing is so weird. Like he's so pilled by the idiot right-wing people he hangs out with all the time now. He's just like talking about like, oh, the black women that control the Democrat Party or whatever, these like highly educated black women, blah, 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 blah. It's bizarre. Yeah, it's hard to even understand. There's another clip though that he kind of follows up on this logic. But his main concern is that the underclass is going to come and try to kill us. That's the biggest issue with AI, which, okay, that might be true.
Like a lot of people who want to hurt America on the battlefield end up dead because of our ability to aggregate and then figure out what's going on in the battlefield before they can figure out what we're doing. And so, like, I'm very much in favor of it for moral reasons, but I'm also in favor of it. It's like, I don't know how else you explain this to the American people. We're going to take your job. We're going to take away, you're going to eviscerate your ability to have money and power, but that we're not going to defend you on the battlefield. It just seems like, yeah, well, they're going to, you know what's actually going to happen? That nobody believes me in tech, but there's going to be a movement in this country that gets very strong very quickly to nationalize these things. First, it's going to be take away all our money. The billionaires are evil. You may not have heard that.
Yes.
Super evil.
Yes.
And if you take away their money, it'll help poor people.
Yes.
That's really important to understand.
Yeah.
Making rich people miserable is the only way to help poor people.
Yeah.
That's obviously true.
Yeah.
So once you've learned that, the next thing you're going to learn is we have to nationalize it.
They're gonna quote you on that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's like
They've quoted you on.
Well,
on,
so I mean, it sounds like you're closer to Dario on, you know.
Wild. So you know, he's very. His concerns are, I feel like, very centered on his own position as a billionaire. Is he a billionaire, actually? I think he must be, right? He must be. He's the CEO of Palantir. Alex Karp net worth. This is always a super reliable way to find out how much money someone has. Yeah. Oh, according to Wikipedia, American billionaire, businessman, and entrepreneur. Yeah. But yeah, he's talking all this shit like, oh yeah, I don't know if you've heard the news. Billionaires are evil. Blah, blah, blah. And his whole thing where he's like, yes, we are going to take away everyone's money. No one will be able to work. Everyone will starve. Inequality will rise. Everything will suck. I agree with Dario. But like, it's either that or we don't defend our country. It's like, defend your country from who? Gaza? What are you talking about? Iran? Dude, maybe the U.S. should stop starting wars with people and like funding genocides and shit. Maybe that shit makes America less safe. Maybe ever thought of that? So, I don't know. I'm being condescending here, I guess, but this is like basic shit. This guy's really, I don't know, his whole fucking ideology is crazy. But yes, this is the same video where he talks about how neurodivergent people are like the master race or whatever, yes. And from the book, again, that I read about him, I don't think he's autistic or ADHD. He's dyslexic. That's his thing. And it's interesting. He's dyslexic and he went to school. He was very smart, but he had a lot of trouble reading and writing, but he ended up getting like really, really high marks. And that's something throughout his academic career at university. He was like constantly the top in his class, even though he had dyslexia. I don't know if he also has, you know, autism or something else, but dyslexia is like a huge part of his like identity, I guess, his sense of self, it seems. But anyway, dyslexia aside, obviously that has no bearing on whether you're an insane billionaire or not. But I will say, I think that this guy, what do we think, gang? This one maybe is a little bit tricky, but I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to put this guy a little bit higher. Where's my Obsidian? Yeah. I'm going to put this guy a little bit higher on the list. I'll put him all the way up here at A tier, God complex. Because it's very much like, well, yeah, they might try to kill us, but we will rule everything and we will be able to do all the jobs ourselves. No, you know what? I'm going to take that back a little bit. I'll put him on unsure what it means to be human, but in a more evil way than Nat Friedman, right? I think that's fair. I think it's unsure what it means to be human, but more evil. Maybe not God complex yet, although... Should I put him... Can I do a half and half? No, I won't. I'll put him down here. He's got to be SRA. Oh, maybe I should have put him higher. Now you guys are making me double track it. Because, yeah, if I was just looking at it like a scale, S, A, B, C, D, E, that'd be one thing. But I'm like kind of looking at it like dangerous psychopath, God complex, unsure what it means to be human, AI psychosis. Like a little bit more specific, which makes it kind of tough. No, I'll keep him in God complex. He certainly seems to like savor the ability to like, yeah, we are dooming all the fucking poors to a hideous existence. Yeah, what of it? All right, here we go. Garrett Langley. Y'all know him? You guys know Garrett Langley, right? You guys are familiar with old Gary Langs. Gary Langs, as we call him, as I call him, as his friends call him. Well, this dude, Garrett Langley, is the Flock CEO. Flock, one of the most exciting startups in business today. These are the cameras that are apparently everywhere. They're going to stop crime. They're going to cure crime. Here is, 1 second. Where do we go for this? Yeah. Here is an interview with Garrett Langley. I think I got a couple clips. Oh, no, just one. So here we go. So what's the Flock CEO got to say about this? I feel like I want to look more into Flock. Goblin Queen's been trying to say, oh, you should do a full video, like a full, Obsidian deep dive just on Flock, because they are quite insane. But let's hear what he's got to say about his surveillance camera, AI, police software, crime solving, whatever, go gadget surveillance shit that he's doing.
10 years from now, okay, America as a country is a dramatically different place.
Okay.
Is it
because of Flock? 10 years from now, America as a country is a dramatically different place. Let's hear it.
Place where crime doesn't exist?
Oh, wow.
Where people are starting businesses and they're building families.
Oh, okay.
And they will largely...
That's my thing, is like, I'm always like, oh, I'd love to start a business. And then I'm like, no, there's too much crime. Oh, that's the problem. Not that I don't have capital to invest in a business, it's that there's crime everywhere. Oh, if there were people could just stop shoplifting, I'd be able to start a business. It isn't about, poverty and inequality. It's this.
Look back and they'll be, my kids will be in high school, and in the U.S. history book, there'll be a part about Flock and how because of Flock, we are a safer, happier, healthier country. And
a little Freudian slip there. I love that. Because of Flock, because of my business, we are going to be a safer, happier, healthier company. I mean country. And we're going to heal my bank account. I mean the world. And we're just going to make so many dollars. I mean people happy.
Like that might sound crazy, but like
yeah, dude. You said in 10 years, because of your surveillance fucking police cams, that crime won't exist? Yeah, that does sound crazy.
I believe is our life's mission at Flock is to achieve that. And we always say, like, it's not just the technology. We have very strong opinions on the policies and the types of people that we think we need in elected roles to help achieve that mission. And so that would be the big picture for me in the next 10 years.
Who are these types of people?
Like, this guy, like, the way he's like smiling about it too. He's talking about it in like the tones that you would talk about, like, your foundation to save the children. He's just like, I'm just so excited about all the lives we're going to save. Like, if you watch it without sound, you'd be like, oh, who's this guy? Is he like with Doctors Without Borders or Amnesty International or some shit? No, he's talking about AI, whatever, powered like police surveillance tools that will be able to identify. And his whole thing's like, and you know what? People focus too much on violent crime, but the non-violent offenders almost never get caught. And we really need to be arresting more non-violent offenders. It's like, is that what we got to be doing, dude? Really? That's what we need to do. All the non-violent crimes is what we should be focusing on. Okay. So I guess you care about white-collar crime then, right? Why don't we put some fucking cameras in the boardrooms over at, I don't know, Flock Safety? Also, the fucking title of this interview: From Whiteboard Idea to $7 billion, How Flock Safety Catches 20% of U.S. Crime. Completely not true, by the way. Recent headline about them, Goblin Queen told me about, actually. I haven't seen this. I think Goblin Queen's a little bit more pilled on Flock than I am, but I think recently they got caught, like a bunch of cops were using it to stalk their exes, I think. Police caught stalking exes. Is that right? Which is also the exact same shit that happened with Palantir, by the way, years ago. They found that a lot of police were using this, like, whatever, organized data about all these people in their neighborhood to stalk their exes. Apparently that's a thing that police like to do. How rogue officers turned a nationwide camera network into a tool for stalking. How could they take something that had such pure intentions and use it for bad stuff? Like, God, this is so nuts, man. This is so nuts. Marcy Bakley couldn't understand how her ex-boyfriend always seems to know where she was. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be fucking running full speed into this. wow, this doesn't seem like it's going to lead to the future in 10 years where, what's his name? Langley. I remember his last name being Langley. I'm not going to forget that. But what's his first name again? Garrett. Yeah. What about his kids in school in 10 years? Are they going to learn about this too? Like, this is going to be embarrassing. But it's a necessary step. We had to give police ultimate, like, omniscience, whatever. We have to let police have ultimate power over everyone in their lives in order to get to a 100% crime-free world, okay? You got to let a little police stalking, all right? That's what it is. Flock is spiritually Israeli, 100%. Hard to think of a better use of that phrase. Go-Go Gadget, Imperial Boomerang. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I was thinking, like, Imperial Boomerang, like, the army or whatever, just like U.S. foreign policy. They go and they do like horrible shit, or like any kind of foreign policy, and then they learn how to fucking oppress people in other countries, and then the soldiers come home, and then they start, the same sort of technology gets used against people. It is kind of like the mini version of that would be just, police officers beat their wives, like 60%. I don't know if this is like a fully, true statistic from like a wide-ranging study, but I've heard the stat: 60% of cops beat their wives, and it's just like, yeah. You go out all day, you're allowed to beat people up. All your bros will cover for you. You'll never get punished, whatever. You're just going to learn that violence solves problems, and you're going to take it home with you. See, it's the, domestic violence boomerang. And here it is, we see with fucking Flock cameras. This guy's like, oh, I get to use this to chase a fucking shoplifter across town to throw him into solitary confinement. Why wouldn't I use it to harass this woman who broke my heart? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The statistic is old, and I think it's not exactly 100% accurate. But I'm not sure if it's 60% is the right thing, but that does happen. Let's just leave it there for now. Anyway, moving back on. Oh yes, where am I going to put him on the list here? This guy is moving way up, at least God complex. And honestly, I'm going to put, I feel like, do we got to break the fucking glass ceiling on this one? Right? It's God complex for sure. I'm going to cure crime. My cameras are going to solve all crime. Fuck off with that. Fuck, you are crazy. I'm going to put him in Dangerous Psychopath. Our first one. I mean, I hesitate to put him there, but he really does piss me off a lot. Let's put him there. I might, I'm not gonna lock him in, but I might move people around later on. But yeah. Ask Alex AI what he thinks about Flock. Yeah. Let's check in on Alex AI, by the way. Let's check in on how our LLM training is going. Let's see how he's going. Okay, we are at step 4,370 out of 20,000. So you can see it's sort of tapering off. It's not getting we're not getting much better. It's still on a downward trend though. That's good. It's getting a little bit better. Let's see what our latest sampling is. I'm looking at the stairs. I'm looking for Catholics, or I like to walk over the edge. I feel like I'm going to hold up the window up and get the eyes in the head. I'm sitting here. I'm on record. I'm going to go to the bottom of the day. It's kind of like, I don't get used to go to the house where I got his feet. Okay, this one's weird. I've been at jonesnaturals.com. Okay. Went to another one here. I don't know. Does any of this stuff make any sense? I mean, he's a guy that's been concerned about having me to be at the last leave. I mean, I think it's no big deal to even know a well fire. But these are people you were at. That didn't extract anything to get or sell it. They didn't give a head. They didn't like me. They didn't want me to sit there and ask them to pay my money. Okay, I feel like we're getting a little worse. Some of the other stuff was at least talking about 9/11 and stuff. Okay, this one. Okay, this one's crazy. This was a step 4,200. Blaze it. I can't even show it anymore. It makes me feel like Hitler. And that's what people need to know. No, I have no idea. Well, it's like we're a great president. It's like you can't even wait till they lay down on the street and have to wear a song who just doesn't know about it. And I have to understand, I have to take it over. I just want to arrest you. And I'll never give the little idea. Yeah. Yes, sir, because the president's the best I can deal with. Well, what do I need? I'm done with good. It's a little Jones. That's Jonesian. That's Jones-like. But we'll keep training. We're doing the training montage right now. You know what? You're totally right. This is too complex a question for a tier list, right? But yeah, what would it be? It's like dangerous psychopath. I feel it could be one, but it's also like, it's how extreme is it? I mean, okay, I do have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna let you guys listen to a little bit more of ZipGeist. And again, great channel. You gotta check them out. Let me throw a link in the chat. 513 subscribers. Let's get those numbers up, baby. I'll be right back. I won't be long.
For most of his life, he remained almost entirely out of the public view. He spent part of his childhood in Monroe Township, New Jersey, where he attended elementary school, before his life eventually carried him north to Massachusetts. He was, by every available account, a private man, the kind of person whose name meant little to the wider world until a single act and a single enormous manuscript made him briefly impossible to ignore. His early adulthood took shape in upstate New York, where he studied psychology at the University of Albany, and is believed to have graduated around 1997. A commencement record from that year lists a Mitchell L. Heisman among the Presidential Honor Society, a small trace of a young man who took his studies seriously. The shadow over those years was the loss of his father, Alvin Heisman, an engineer who died of a heart attack when Mitchell was just 12 years old. That early loss would later prove significant in a practical sense too, since the money left behind after his father's death helped support him through the long, solitary project that came to define him. After college, Heisman worked in bookstores, including the famous Strand in Manhattan, surrounding himself with books and slowly building a large personal library of his own. Around 2005, he moved to Somerville, Massachusetts, choosing the location deliberately so that he could write full-time and live near the great university libraries of the area. He became a familiar presence in Harvard's libraries and is said to have reached out to professors as he worked. He had, in effect, arranged his entire life around the single piece of writing. That writing was a manuscript he titled Suicide Note, and he spent roughly 5 years honing it. The finished work was staggering in scale. The surviving version runs 1,905 pages. Reporting later noted that the book contained more than 1,400 footnotes, a 25-page bibliography, more than 1,700 references to God, and more than 200 references to Nietzsche. The people closest to him understood how much the book mattered, even as they remained unaware of where it was leading. His longtime roommate, David Barnes, recalled that he could get intense talking about his book.
Stubens, Zip sounds a bit like normal Flesh Simulator? That's crazy. Does he?
Book. An acquaintance and recipient of the manuscript, Jared Nathanson, said,
I can kind of hear in the cadence a little bit, yeah? That's fun.
Simply that,
but he doesn't do the vocal fry as much.
His book was very important to him, yet that intensity coexisted with a deep privacy around his ultimate intentions.
I think I can hear it.
Great, bread tube.
Mm-hmm.
You were fucked forever.
Right.
I have built a monument to your failures.
100%.
There is another chill goblin hippies.
I should play that drop more anytime I make fun of somebody. You're thinking the same thing. The globalists are targeting their space lasers at Chill Goblin's bladder. That's right, folks. That's right, folks. They don't want you to hear. They don't want you to hear the truth. Okay, let's get back into this. It's taking me a while to go through. We're I guess about halfway through. Okay, this next one though, this one's pretty nuts. Palmer Luckey. Y'all know Palmer Luckey? So this dude, he's the CEO of Anduril, which is another Peter Thiel frickin' company named after a fucking Lord of the Rings thing. And he started out at Oculus. He's like the Oculus guy. And then he moved to Anduril. But there's a part in the middle where he was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. And there's an interview where he talks about like some other stuff he was considering. So hang on, where is it? There we go. Wait. Yeah. Hang on. Okay, so here we go. And okay, so he had a few different ideas. I'll play 2 clips from this interview, and just you'll see.
So I guess the difference here is on my second company, I didn't approach it as like, oh, let's just see what happens. I'll just do what I like doing and maybe it'll be fun. I have a lot of hobbies. There's lots of things that I like doing. I collect erotic anime figurines, but I didn't start an erotic anime figurine dealership because you can't make money doing that. And so I said, okay, there's kind of 3.
Why can't I pause? Oh, there. Yeah, dude, you didn't need to tell us you collect erotic anime figurines. I already know that about you. You got resting erotic anime figurine collector face.
Things I think I can make money doing. And there were 3 areas I thought about starting a company in. One was working in the national security space. I thought, okay, cost plus contracting is a broken contract structure. It leads to massive
Andrew. Then they're like a drone, like an AI drone company, basically.
Cost overruns. Everyone has the wrong incentives. I think that I could start a company that does a lot of these things that companies like Lockheed and Raytheon and Northrop are bad at doing, that I'm good at doing, and that I can hire people who are good at doing those things. The other was I considered starting a nonprofit private prison company that could outcompete all of the publicly traded private prison companies.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead to his other idea. Yes, here it is. All right, so this is one of his ideas. He ended up not going with this. He went into, making a better drone. But this is one of the things he considered doing.
And the last one was petroleum-based food products. I think the only way to solve obesity in America is to allow anybody to eat as much as they want of anything with no self-control or changes to their physical activity whatsoever. It has to be the holy grail, or we're all just going to keep dying of obesity and related problems. And so if you're a food scientist, you generally make things out of foodstuffs, and I think that's a big mistake. If you're a chemical engineer, material engineer, and you want to make something with a certain texture, a certain feel, a certain property, you start with long chain hydrocarbons, oil. It is the perfect building block for everything. You can build tires, glues, gels. You can build anything out of it. So if you're going to try to make a fake burger that tastes like a fake burger and feels like a real burger, why would you start with plants? You wouldn't build tires out of plants. You wouldn't build gels out of plants. You wouldn't build rubber out of plants. So why would you try to make something that has many of those same properties out of plants? Because plants suck. So if you could make synthetic foods out of petroleum derivatives, you could make foods that have largely the same characteristics as real foods, but have 0 calories because your bodies cannot process them. So
okay, I'm not sure I totally understand, but it seems to me like he's saying instead of eating like food that's made of food, we should be eating food that's made of petroleum, like plastic, because we can't digest plastic, so we can eat as much of it as we wanted. And we would just poop it out, and it would just be like, okay, it's plastic. I ate a plastic burger, and then I ate it, and then it came out as plastic, and so I didn't gain any weight. Is that what he's saying? Because that seems crazy. But okay.
I started building paraffin cheese, and paraffin cheese totally works. It has no calories, and it tastes mostly like cheese. And I think that you could get it to be better than cheese on some time scale, because it's actually easier to adjust it and play with it and iterate on it than with cultured dairy products. Anyway, I decided against that because it turns out the FDA completely bans this idea. It's completely illegal. And by the way,
I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's probably more to it than that. But yeah, okay.
Another thing about petroleum-based food products, you can recycle them when you're done with them. And people don't like that idea either. They don't like the idea of taking what comes out one end and putting it back in the other. And so that was why I decided against that. I said, this is going to be too much of a marketing problem. People aren't going to accept this. And also the FDA literally says doing this is a crime. I would have to convince them to allow.
I mean, okay. I just like a lot of these guys, I think maybe there's sometimes like a temptation, right, with these sorts of dudes to be like, oh, they lost their way. They working in AI or working as a drone fucking guy, it made him lose touch with humanity. But I think most of these guys probably, I think they all were always kind of non-human people, non-human humans. They are human, of course, but they're just like, so the guy's like, yeah, why don't we just make rubber plastic food? That's fun. That would be the smart thing to do. So 100%, I'm skyrocketing this guy. Well, maybe not skyrocketing, but I'm the tops of the trees, midway between the tops of the trees and the tops of the whatever skyscraper, launching this guy straight up to unsure what it means to be human. I think that is a necessary prerequisite to starting either a company that makes plastic food you can poop out and eat again, or starting Anduril. Or whatever, joining Anduril, becoming the CEO of Anduril. I'm not sure if it was him that started it or Peter Thiel, but I assume Peter Thiel because it's called Anduril. But yeah, this guy, like, what the fuck? I mean, to him, he's like, well, we just eat rubber, that way you don't gain weight. But dude, like, you also got to be eating nutrients, man. If we just eat rubber stuff that we can poop out without absorbing anything, well, how do we survive? You forgot about the sustenance part, dude. You forgot about the sustenance. You have to consider staying alive. It's like, what an insane thing. Anyway, all right, paraffin cheese. I bet he ate his grandma's plastic fruit display. Yeah. He ate the whole thing, and his grandma was like, Palmer, those were not real food. And he's like, really? Well, in that case, I've got a business idea, Grandma. You want to be on the ground floor? Okay, we've come to the middle of the alphabet, okay, the letter M. You all know him. You all love him, okay? We're all big Musk oxen, as we call ourselves, the fans of Elon Musk. And Elon Musk, of course, he said a million insane things. He talked a lot about AI. He's one of the guys that started OpenAI. Him and Sam Altman were the two original founders of OpenAI. Unlike a lot of his companies, he could actually lay claim to being a founder of OpenAI, right? Now he hates OpenAI and he's suing Sam Altman and talking about how dangerous AI is while running his own AI company, blah, 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 blah. But I don't want to talk about any of that stuff. I want to talk about something that doesn't maybe, I don't think, get enough talk aboutness to it, which is Optimus. You all know Optimus? See those little robots in the background of this photo of Elon Musk being a cool, charming, funny guy? Well, in the background there's those robots with the horrifying black faces. Optimus, they're called, named after the robot from Transformers, one of Elon's favorite shows as a kid. Because he never grew up, he's always a kid at heart. But it's called Optimus. Have you guys heard this shit that Elon Musk has said about Optimus? Well, let me enlighten you, okay? Let me dark enlighten you. All right. Okay. Oh, geez. Yeah, we are. Okay, so I've got like a few quotes from him. Again, this is another one at a closed door shareholders meeting. This is between Elon and his shareholders, also known as the people he is so like Elon Musk sucks, right? Like he's an idiot in so many ways, and like lame, and like no one likes him. But one thing he is actually kind of a genius about. If there's one thing he is a genius about, let me put it like that, it's talking to fucking investors. He's so good at it. Like he's the richest guy in the world. There is a little bit of skill. It's not just luck that went into it. He is good at talking to people and getting them to give him money for his stupid, worthless ideas. Genuinely, like, I have to give it up to him for that one thing. So this is a meeting at Tesla he did where he's talking about Optimus. I just want to read you a couple quotes about Optimus the robot. Optimus will ultimately be better than the best human surgeon with a level of precision that is, impossible, that is beyond human. Okay? People always talked about eliminating poverty, but actually, Optimus will actually eliminate poverty. Unclear how, but okay. I think we might be able to maybe give people, if somebody committed a crime, a more humane form of containment of future crime. You say, you get a free Optimus, and it's going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. So, but other than that, you get to do anything. You don't have to put people in prison and stuff. It's like, okay, so you don't go to jail, but we got a robot, and it'll follow you everywhere. That's his idea. That's his idea. Things get kind of wild from an economic standpoint because at a certain point with AI and robotics, you can actually increase the global economy by a factor of 10 or maybe 100. It's not an obvious limit. Optimus is kind of like an infinite money glitch. Fucking the way this guy talks is so annoying. But that's how he's talking to his investors about this thing. Okay, Optimus is going to be better than the best human surgeon. No human will ever be as good at Optimus at surgery. Optimus will eliminate poverty. No idea what the process is there, but it will eliminate poverty. It will be able to follow around criminals instead of going to jail. You just get to live your life, but now Optimus is going to be your fucking, always present, like fucking shadow bail parole officer. And somehow Optimus will be able to increase the global economy by a factor of 100. It's an infinite money glitch. Okay. Oh, wow, an infinite money glitch. That's great. This is the same robot, by the way. At that fucking big like Tesla thing, they got a guy, they were supposed to show the robot, and they just got a human in like a white morph suit with a mask on to do breakdancing. And they're like, hey, wasn't that cool? And then that will be maybe what the robot will be able to do someday, soon. Okay. Yes, thank you, Tizzle Bacon. Elon impression's getting better. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll all have robot slaves. I imagine that, like, I can't imagine this being something that, like, everyone will have access to. Even in Elon's wildest dreams, if these things actually can do surgery, blah, 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 blah. I don't imagine this will be something that anyone other than the absolute richest people in the world will be able to afford. Oh, Optimus does better surgery than any surgeon? Well, expect to pay more for it than you would any human surgeon. You know?
Code bases.
So maybe that's like hard to wrap your head around, because it's just me doing my like weak, but I agree, getting slightly better impression of Elon Musk. Well, here's him during an interview with another fucking billionaire. Who's this guy? Who's the guy interviewing him? Dave Blunden, the founder and GP of Link Ventures. Okay, so some venture capitalists. I don't even know. But here's an interview, and he's going to talk a little bit about Optimus here.
Medicine is going to be effectively free. The best medicine in the world.
Everyone will have
access
access to medical care that is better than what the president receives right now.
So don't go to medical school.
Yes, pointless.
Yeah.
Don't go to medical school, gang. Waste of time. Haven't you seen the breakdancing Optimus robot? It'll be able to do surgery.
I mean, unless you... but I would say that applies to any form of education. It's not like some... I do it for social reasons.
Yeah,
you're not going to medical school. If you want to hang out with like-minded people, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, people are still going to want to be connected with people. There's going to be some period of time.
Social reasons.
Yeah.
Like a hobby, like a,
I mean,
you can be
$90,000 tuition hobby.
I mean, there will be a point where
it's expensive hobby.
The younger generation says, "I do not want that human touching me." Right? When the surgeon comes over, there are going to be those people later in life who still want a human in the loop.
Okay,
for a little while.
They want to live on the edge.
For a lesser
They want to live on the edge. Sure. I mean, let's just take, like we've seen some advanced cases of automation, like LASIK, for example, where the robot just lasers your eyeball. Now, do you want an ophthalmologist with a hand laser?
No.
It's a little shaky.
The laser pointer from.
I feel like when I normally do my my Elon impression, I stutter too much, and it ends up really slowing me down. But yeah, I was reading those quotes at a pretty lightning fast pace for an Elon impression. But yeah, so this is how he talks about Optimus is, to me, fully insane, way overpromising. This is the guy who's saying, he's always going on about like, oh yeah, you've seen the clip of him, that little edit where every year since I think like 2012 or something, he's promised fully automated self-driving cars will be available in the next year. Oh, 2 years most. Oh, 3 years maximum. Oh, end of this year, definitely. This is how he does it. He overpromises. He never delivers. Never can get you what he's actually claiming that he's going to be able to do. Absolutely never. And, how can you argue? It works. It does what it needs to do. It's not true. And I think we all know that. But the people who are in charge of giving him money, the people in the government, the people who are all able to make the decision on whether like money that could go to education or Medicare or whatever, or building a better, national train system. Maybe it'll go towards Elon's Hyperloop instead. Like, these are the people that he knows how to talk to. And if it doesn't work on you, that's fine. It doesn't have to. You know, it's only supposed to work on the very insane people that he spends most of his time trying to cater to. All right. So let's go back to the Obsidian board here. Where were we? Obviously, here we go. Elon. Well, Elon has optimist shit. I mean, I at least have to put him under God complex. Oh, don't even bother learning fucking how to do surgery. Don't even bother going to medical school unless you want to hang out with other like health nerds. In fact, don't even learn anything because Optimus will be able to handle it all. That's insane. Like this is like, yeah, it is a marketing attempt, but it's more than that. It's more than that. This is like, this guy can get away with anything. It's like so frustrating because it's like, he's always won doing this. He always wins. He always wins. He never fucking has to suffer any consequences. He's just lied. He's a total flim-flam man, and he just keeps going up and up and up and getting richer and richer and more successful. The only thing that goes down is the public opinion of him. People hate this fucking guy. They don't hate me. They hate you. But yes. So I'm going to put him, I mean, yeah, I do think he's also a dangerous psychopath. But from that clip alone, and again, we're grading this on a curve, I'm going to put him at God complex. God complex for sure. All right, who we got next? Oh, this one's just fun. Xiao Yin Ku. I know probably a lot of people don't know who she is. She's awesome, okay? She is a star. Oh, whoops. Hang on now. Oh, no, shut up. Shut up. Oh, God. Here it is. Okay. So Xiao Yin Ku is the CEO. Oh, actually, sorry. I must correct myself here. Was the CEO of Hey Boss AI. Okay? Hey Boss AI. And actually, let me just play you her, announcement video that she's no longer the boss of Hey Boss AI. Oh, sounds turned off. There we go. Let's start over.
After years of founding and running Hey Boss, I've decided to step down as CEO, making our AI Astra the new CEO of Hey Boss. Oh. She will be the world's first AI CEO.
I saw her lead a team of AIs. The result was better and faster I could ever do. Let's welcome Astra.
Thank you, Xiaoyin. I'm honored to be the world's first AI CEO. From today on, I lead the world's first AI-run development agency. We build everyone their dream website, app, or game, 100x faster than any human developer or agency ever could.
So she's okay. She's a CEO of a company that makes an AI boss, and she stepped down to be replaced by futuristic Kim Kardashian with braids. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is your new boss. The new boss of the AI boss replacement company. Really, a modern day, what's that guy's name? John, who's the guy that fought the railroad? It's like a weirder version of that, where he's also the guy that created the train.
Here's how it works. Type your idea in one sentence. That's all you do. Click Start Building. My AI team will handle the rest. Design, development, content writing, SEO, and deliver you a fully functional website or app in 9 minutes. We're AIs with great taste, so everything looks stunning. Check out these awesome websites and apps we have built for people.
Well, wait, why did the music... Oh, my God.
Your own social network. Or shops that make money. For influencers.
Whoa, shops that make money? What the fuck? Like they couldn't even write it themselves. Like that, you know what? I will respect the integrity that they obviously didn't have a human write all of her things and just put it through a text-to-speech. This is AI written 100%.
For educators. Or make your own games.
Make your own games.
We work 24/7 and never sleep. You can request unlimited revisions. We reply instantly. We also take care of hosting and maintenance, so it's worry-free. to challenge human development agencies.
This is only from a year ago. This is only from a year ago. Why does this look like it's from like 1995?
We're doing what takes them $1,000 in 3 weeks in just 9 minutes. We'll build the first 10,000.
Okay, like, yeah, and that's her playing the xylophone at the same time. Yeah, I wish that the AI had like animated itself playing the xylophone. And that music just started so abruptly at such a weird time too. I thought like, at first I was like, oh, did another video start playing somewhere? And I was like looking around for it. Nope, it's in the original.
Users their first idea for free. 1 sentence in, full product out. First come, first served. HeyBossAI.com.
Cool. Thank you, blackface Kim Kardashian, otherwise known as regular Kim Kardashian. But she'll be the world's first AI CEO. How do your fucking board members feel about that? How do your fucking investors feel about that? Today I'm stepping down as CEO of Hey Boss AI. Oh my God. This wasn't a quick... It's so like earnest. It's so like... She's playing it so straight. This wasn't a quick call. It's one of my toughest decisions, shaped by months of testing and hard-earned lessons. We put Astra to work with real customers. Their feedback hit hard. She's faster, smarter, more reliable than you. I mean, maybe you're just horrible at your job. Maybe you should hire a competent human instead of this robot. Astra isn't just a tool. M-. She leads an AI team of engineers, designers, product... Jesus. All written by ChatGPT, I'm sure. What's it like working with her? You type one line, website, app, or game idea. In 9 minutes, your product is live. Numbered list with emojis. Real design, clean code, backend copy, SEO hosting, done. I don't believe you. I don't believe that that's true. She's not flawless. She can't sign legal contracts. M-. Human advisors step in there. Safety stuff like data policy needs our oversight. Blah, 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 blah. No politics, no ego. Okay. No ego, but she still fired you? That's rough. I'll stay on the board, but it's Astra's show now. I have a feeling it's not Astra's show now. I think this one is very clearly, one of the laziest I've ever seen. I think this is very, very obviously a marketing attempt. I don't even know what she was going for there. Is that her first pure marketing attempt one? Wow. Yeah. So insane. This is not a normal thing to do or say, but we're not, I don't think she's got AI psychosis because I don't think she genuinely steps down as CEO. I've got a feeling she's pulling the strings, shall we say, or the AI version of that. I have a feeling she's still injecting the prompts. Okay, let's leave it there. But yes, no, an insane thing to do and say. How much is this lady worth? I don't know. I can't imagine it's that successful, right? Like it just doesn't. It's not very convincing. Heyboss.ai. Can I? What do I type in? Evaluation? What is it? Value? I don't even know what business words to use. Heyboss.ai, no-code AI builder for sites and apps. Oh boy, vibe coding with everything built in. What's her name again?
Be the world's first AI CEO.
Xiaoyin Ku. Let's see. Xiaoyin Ku. Let's say net worth. Let's find out. I saw Finland asking, is she Wendy Liu's personal enemy? Because, Wendy Liu, who wrote Abolish Silicon Valley, right? Because she talks about, almost having, a doppelganger, another Asian woman CEO who was coming up at the same time as her, who got in some trouble for having, a AI business that was being sued for making child pornography or something like that. But she was successful in Silicon Valley, unlike Wendy Liu. So maybe that is her. I don't know, because I don't think she names her, right? But maybe. I don't know. None of these sites look very. None of these look extremely good. She was on Forbes 30 under 30. Super me. What? CEO and founder of Run the World. Who run the world? Xiao Yinku. I keep forgetting her name. Leading virtual events platform in 2023. I'm now working on a new co. She's an angel investor. Board member at she's a founder and board chair. She's not the CEO. That belongs to blackface Kim Kardashian. Anyway, I don't know. What am I even looking for right now? Oh, how much money she has. No, that definitely doesn't have it on here. What is there a way to find this information out? I never even know. How long until she's arrested? Well, it wouldn't be her fault. It would have to be, because right now the law is any crime is allowed to be done if it's by an AI, right? We know from the Hugging Face hack. That's how it works. AI can't be held accountable. Okay, next dude, let's go. Let's go for it. Mikey Schulman. This guy. Okay, he looks normal. He looks like a normal enough guy, right? That looks like a guy you could, that could be your friend's new boyfriend or something. I don't know. But no, this guy is far from normal. This guy is an extraordinary person, okay, in a lot of ways. This guy is the CEO of Suno. Suno, you'll know Suno. I'll be honest, I fucked around with Suno back when it was free. I made a couple songs, kind of thing that's a little entertaining to you, but no one else would ever want to listen to it. This one shot at a lot of boomers. But Joe Rogan is constantly playing Suno music, I think still. And he plays it and he's like, that's good, man. That's really good. No one will ever want to listen to human music again because you can listen to like a 50 Cent in the club, but now it's fucking ragtime. It's like, yeah, why would I ever want to hear that? And it all has that weird AI fuzz over it. It sounds awful. Who's that guy? Who was it? Shoot. Oh, man. Having a brain fart right now. Who's the guy that plays No, that's not Jeff. Who's the guy that plays the dude in the Big Lebowski? Big Lebowski. What the heck is his name? Why can't I think of it? Come on. Jeff Bridges, right? Jeff Bridges. Okay, Jeff Bridges. He went on, I think, Thiel Vaughn's podcast. And he was just like playing songs that he made on Suno for like 20 minutes. He's like, and here's another one, man. Listen to it. Sounds good, dude. Isn't that nice? And it's like, dude, no one else wants to hear that. This is like your dreams. No one wants to hear about your dream, dude. Nobody wants to know about the fucking music you made with Suno. But anyway, this is the guy that runs Suno. And here he is talking about the future of music and why Suno is so important. Here we go.
If you want to impact the way 1 billion people experience music, you have to build something for 1 billion people. And so that is first and foremost giving everybody the joys of creating music. And this is a huge departure from how it is now. It's not really enjoyable to make music now. People enjoy.
Why did you say that?
It takes a lot of time.
It's not. Everyone hates the process of making music. They hate it. That's the worst part. The good part is listening to it, not playing it and writing it.
It takes a lot of practice. You need to get really good at an instrument or really good at a piece of production software. I think the majority of people don't enjoy the majority of the time they spend making music.
Do you not think that's like running? It is hard to run.
Sorry, I think I talked over this guy. He goes, don't you think that's kind of like running? It's hard to run.
Painful to run. You don't particularly enjoy it, but you love running. And you get good at it, and you get better at it, and you speak to the runners, and they love running.
Most people drop out of that pursuit because it was hard. And so
I am fucking blown away by this take. This guy is the CEO and founder of Suno. This was like a massive like fucking program. It was very successful. He goes on here. I don't know how they're doing now. Maybe they're still doing really good, but I feel like I haven't heard from them in a while. But like to say something like this, oh my God, this guy is like fully no idea how humans think and operate. This is nuts. An absolutely insane thing for a guy to say. I have to say. Let's go to the board. Let's go to the board. I'm definitely, I know exactly where I'm putting this guy. Unsure what it means to be human. And again, I think this predates his time as a CEO, right? Like, you would never say such a thing unless you would constantly be like, oh, I like music. I love music. Music's fun. Let me try learning an instrument. And then he does like 2 weeks of piano lessons and he's like, I don't like this. I don't like this practicing stuff. I only like listening to it. If only there's a way, I'm sure everybody else is like this too. If only there's a way we could just skip right to having a song. And it's like, bruh, oh man, what a brutal thing for him to say. And it's, it's so far beyond a marketing pitch. This is, if anything, the worst thing you could say if you're trying to market your product. Because how would you even even if you liked using Suno, upon hearing the CEO say this shit, you'd be like, what? That's what you think this is? Nah, fuck off. Okay, I actually am going to learn how to play the fucking guitar. Let me get back to those lessons. So yeah, we're putting that guy in unsure what it means to be human 100%. It's weird how like a lot of these fucking weird non-human guys end up being AI CEOs, huh? That's a little odd, I feel. That's a little bit of an odd coincidence. Okay. We've come to Peter Thiel. Already, this image of a sweaty, shiny man should be giving you guys flashbacks, PTSD, Vietnam-style flashbacks to one of the most insane moments I've ever seen in an interview. You guys all know what I'm talking about. Let's just watch it. Let's rewatch.
We want more than
one of the greatest. Here we go. Should the human race endure?
It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?
Folks, let me pause it right there. First of all, horrible interviewer, Ross Douthat. Okay? You know what? Don't do that. Okay? Don't do that again. That's like 20 unrelated questions. That's complete. And so there's a thing with transhumanism and blah, 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 blah. And by the way, and they're trying to create an AI god, and you would prefer the human race to endure, right? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Slow down, man. Let the guy answer. It's Peter Thiel. Like, he's going to need a minute. The brain doesn't have the horsepower. Well, I mean, okay, I don't want to say he's dumb. I actually don't think Peter Thiel's dumb. But he does a thing quite often where you give him a question, he won't answer right away. He stops, he thinks about it. It's like there's a buffering moment, right? This guy's just overloading him with questions. It's a weird moment. Like, let's not, okay, in Peter Thiel's defense, first time I've ever said those words in that order, but in Peter Thiel's defense, horrible interview question. A horrible fucking interview question. That's giving him way too much to deal with. He's like gish galloping. He's gish galloping in an interview question. But the final question was, you'd prefer the human race to endure, right? Not an extremely hard question. Let's hear how he answers.
You worry about. I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
this is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
And he's like, oh, I feel like Douthat, because he likes Thiel, I think. He's like a conservative and also fucking kind of has a sponge brain. And he's kind of sucking up to him for a lot of the interview. And like, you're a really good guy. And then he sort of realizes here, oh my God, Thiel, what the fuck? I gave you the easiest question of all time. Just say yes. You prefer the human race to endure? What the fuck are you doing? And his body language, now I'm doing the body language expert thing. But like, he looks uncomfortable. He's like crossing his arms. He's like, right? Let me restate it. You prefer the human race to endure, right? All right. But anyway,
There's so many questions implicit in
Should
this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body.
What the fuck? Now he's on to transhumanism. See, this is why it's confusing. Because Duthot did bring up transhumanism like a while ago, but he specifically actually forget, dude, the human race should endure, right? And then he's like, well, yes, but let me talk about transhumanism for a second.
Body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your, penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is.
Okay, I'm just going to cut him off there, but what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Where do you get any of that? He's like, you prefer the human race to endure, right? He's like, yes. Well, he hems and haws a little bit first. Well, I mean, I don't, And he's like, no, you have to answer that. Yes or no? He's like, well, yes, but transhumanism is like, transforming into an immortal being. And, I feel like, and then he gets into, he's like transgender people, like he's just doing like word association or something here. So, okay. Like what is happening? What's going on here? Now, I think Peter Thiel is intelligent and like kind of smart, in at least one way that matters to the world, where he is good at being the fucking puppet master. Somebody said it earlier. Who said it? Oh, let me find you. Yes. Wait. Yes, here we go. Sensual Sloth. This video should be called a Thiel list. Honestly, great pun, tier list, but also 100% true. All of these guys, basically, I mean, at least most of them, are connected to Peter Thiel in some way. Almost all of them. If we look at the list here, we look at our, if we go down the list, Alex Karp, Palantir, that's Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, PayPal Mafia, they were, joined up together. They both grew up in South Africa. Weird coincidence there. This guy, even at Meta, Zuckerberg and Thiel, really close. Thiel made a lot of his money by being one of Facebook's earliest backers. Palmer Luckey, Anduril, that's another Thiel company. I don't know about Suno. Sam Altman, Peter Thiel was one of his two main mentors. Amadei, I don't know, connected at least second hand through like a bunch of different connections. Peter Thiel has played a major role in almost all of these guys' success and the direction of their business and their beliefs and this whole like dark enlightenment, Curtis Yarvin shit that's sort of taken over Silicon Valley and made everybody into these like authoritarian fucking, Nazi fuckheads. That's him. That's Thiel. Like he's been so successful at this. And for a long time, he kind of was like behind the curtain, and like people who knew him and would be like, you gotta look into Peter Thiel. He's in control of everything. Oh, he's running things from behind the scenes. And it was true, but like not, it's like he had a lot more mystique back then because people didn't know him that much. But now he's sort of come out from behind the thing. He's decided like, I'd like people to know who I am. I want to be an influencer. Now, I think where I come down on his weird fucking Catholicism and his weird Antichrist shit and this bizarre interview, I don't think he fully believes it. I think he's probably an atheist. I was going to say, I don't think he believes in God. I certainly don't think he's a Christian or a Catholic or whatever. I think he's like, it would be really useful for me if a lot of people believed this nonsense that I'm spewing about the Antichrist is probably going to be Greta Thunberg and blah, 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 blah. And I think he's trying to run an op on people to get them to believe this shit, like he's done in the past. You know, he's run countless ops. I think he was big during Gamergate. I think he was a huge hidden power behind the scenes during Gamergate, Pizzagate, changing public opinion to go his way that would be useful for his businesses and his, libertarian ideology. Again, I don't think he's even a libertarian because he's obviously very in favor of authoritarian government control, so shit like Palantir and stuff. But I think it's the same thing where he's like, oh, it'll be useful if a lot of people are libertarian because that will allow me to get away with, this free market shit will allow me to just let my companies do whatever they want to do. And it'll make me more money, give me monopoly power, which is what he says in his book 0 to 1. He's like, you want to be running a monopoly. So I think a lot of the shit he says, you cannot believe it. It's all like meant to brainwash you into letting him run the world, including the Antichrist shit. That said, this interview and a lot of his kind of public Antichrist shit kind of convinced me that this guy is out of his mind. Not in that he believes the shit he's saying, but that he believes that anyone would take it seriously. That anyone would go to his Antichrist lectures expecting like, oh, this will be a important spiritual development for me, rather than, oh, this will be a chance for me to pitch Peter Thiel my idea for an autonomous surveillance app that turns your phone camera into a spy thing that blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, Peter Thiel, what about this idea? It's my new company. I call it the Shire or whatever. Like, oh, I call it Gandalf the White. Gandalf the White Power. It's the first app that combines racism with Tolkien-esque fantasy figures. Now, while he is definitely in this clip completely out of his mind, is it a normal thing to say? Absolutely not. Is it a marketing attempt? I think in a weird way, yes. Is it AI psychosis? No, I think he's come to this genuinely. Unsure what it means to be a human? Yes. The guy has never really known what it's like to be human. God complex? Oh, 100% for sure, yes. But we got to move him all the way up to the top. If anyone on this list is a dangerous psychopath, it's this lunatic. This guy who has materially affected the world. Materially, changed the whole ideology. One man, this is a little bit of great man theory, but Silicon Valley does not have to look the way it looks right now. The ideology of Silicon Valley does not have to look like this. It could be much different. What's Thiel's connection to the Brooks Brothers riot? Is there one? I thought that was kind of before he entered politics, right? Like 2000. I don't know. I'd be interested to look into that. Was he involved with the Brooks Brothers riot? Wow. Okay. I mean, that seems really, I didn't know that. He's personally overblown as a threat. Yeah. I think he's less of a threat now because people kind of see where he's coming from. I think he's going to step back, but still, though, guys, he's still the power behind the throne, I think, in a lot of ways that are very hard to see. But I mean, he's got J.D. Vance. He got J.D. Vance. Somehow he got that guy to become vice president. Hopefully that's the highest that guy will climb, but still. Failed op if so. The Antichrist thing for sure, but a lot of the other shit worked. It worked on us. What can we say? This guy nailed it. This guy nailed it in a lot of very unfortunate ways for society. All right, moving on. This is the last guy. Okay, Alexander Wang, not 100% sure how to say it. Who's this dude? Well, I forget, but I did write it down somewhere. He is the CEO of an AI. What does he do? Oh, yes. Of Scale AI. What's Scale AI, you forget? You ask? What's Scale AI, you ask? Well, I also forget that. Let me look it up. He's Canadian, I guess. Oh, wait. Maybe not. No. Okay, Scale AI is an American artificial intelligence infrastructure and software company based in San Francisco, California, focused on data annotation, whatever. Okay, I don't care. It's an AI company. That's all. That's
express fear in that.
This is what makes it irrelevant to the topic for today. Okay, so here we go, and he's talking about I think he's talking about his kid or something, or here I forget. But let's check it out. Let's watch.
I want to wait to have kids until we figure out how Neuralink or other, it's called brain-computer interfaces, so other ways for brains to interlink with a computer until they start working. Because there's a few reasons for this. First is in your first 7 years of life, your brain is more neuroplastic than at any other point in your life, by an order of magnitude. So there have been examples where, for example, if a kid is born, you have a newborn that has, let's say they have cataracts in their eyes, so they can't see through the cataracts, and then they live their first 7 years of their life with those cataracts, and then you have them removed when they're.
You get the idea. He's going to go on for a while with this thing, but. Yeah, just like a kid that's born with cataracts, if you don't get them fixed, they won't be able to see properly later on. Their brain won't have figured out how eyes work. That's going to be what it's like once Elon Musk's Neuralink company, that's a brain AI interface, once they get that rolling, any kid that was born before they figured that out is going to be the dumbest kid in class. Well, I guess he wouldn't be in the class with those kids, but he's going to be way dumber than other kids younger than him. So I got to wait till Elon perfects his Neuralink. Possibly of all Elon's bullshit ideas, the most bullshit. The idea that has the lowest chance of ever happening. And this guy is like, no, I'm going to wait to have kids until Elon Musk figures out how Neuralink works. Like, brother, that's not going to happen. He won't. He simply won't. He goes on a little bit more about Neuralink here.
And so eventually, I think we're going to need some interlink or hookup between our brains directly to AI and the internet and all these things. And it is potentially dangerous, and it's potentially, to your point, terrifying and scary, but we just are going to have to do it. AI is going to go like this. Humans are going to improve at a much slower rate, and we're going to need to hook into that capability.
I mean, that I've already expressed fear in this, and so I'm curious without sharing.
I mean, I'm not even afraid of this, honestly. This is not something that I have a lot of fear about. If there's anything that I kind of feel like we don't need to be concerned about, it's Elon figuring out how Neuralink works and making children obsolete. No, he won't. Yeah. I'll wait till he figures out the fucking Hyperloop and the self-driving cars and the whatever, because I just don't think he's going to figure out the brain stuff. I think it's kind of sad. I mean, maybe this is just what this guy is telling his girlfriend who wants kids, just because he doesn't. And he's like, no, I want kids. It's just, we should wait until Elon perfects Neuralink. He says it's going to be in the next 2 years max. We're going to wait. He figures out Neuralink, and he's like, but also we should wait till Elon Musk gets to Mars, because if our kid doesn't grow up on Mars, he won't understand how Mars works, and that'll be a major disadvantage in the marketplace. So we need to set our kids up, and I only want the best for our kids, babe. I only want the best for our kids. This is what it's about. It's for them. So we got to wait. Elon says it'll be by the end of next year. If you ever wanted to delay something, this would be the way to do it. Okay. So, last guy on the list, name starts with a W. It would have been great to end with a Thiel thing. I agree. But here we go. Alexander. So, normal thing to say? No. Marketing attempt? It can't be. It's not even his company. He's talking about a different company. AI psychosis? Ooh. I mean, yes. But, I mean, yeah, I guess he's definitely bought the hype. He's bought the hype that Elon has been selling in an extreme way. He's bought somebody else's marketing attempt. So I can't really call it AI psychosis, because it's not like he's got obsessed with talking to ChatGPT. So I'm going to have to put him here, because it's not quite to the God complex level, but Unsure what it means to be human? Yeah. We'll put him there. Unsure what it means to be human. So here's the tier list. Do I want to switch this around a little bit? Maybe. Maybe I do. Or maybe, I don't know. Did I put the Flock guy up too high? No. I think he's in the right spot. Dangerous psychopath. He's not as dangerous as Thiel because he just doesn't have the money, but I mean, his shit is getting out there. His shit is definitely getting out there. Dario and Jensen, I mean, should I put them up a little bit higher? No, I think at least based on the quotes that I showed, that's where they deserve to go. Elon, is he a dangerous psychopath? He is, right? He is a dangerous psychopath. I think saying that you, what did he say? Like, don't go to fucking medical school unless you just want to, for the social aspect of it. That's an irresponsible thing to say, man. I don't think anybody goes to medical school. I think people go to medical school to become a doctor. Not because they want to hang out with other doctors, but whatever. Like, I don't know. Maybe that is a thing for some people. I certainly enjoyed the social aspect of university. But if I was just going to university for the social aspect, I'd probably go to a more fun, I'd do a more fun major than medicine, which I didn't do anyway. So what am I talking about? Alex Karp, yeah. This feels right. Elon on the top row. Peter Thiel, though, like if there was like a, I don't know, super S, double S tier, I would put him above everybody else. Maybe my own biases. This dude is the best. The Meta head of AI development or whatever product, Nat Friedman. Yeah, this guy wants to be a little pet chihuahua for AI to carry around in its purse like Paris Hilton. I think I'm good with that. Flock guy calls anyone talking about surveillance terrorists. Yeah, he's a horrible person. Horrible person. The Steam CEO said something similar, really, to Alexander Wang? Wow. Neuralink as a company exists to employ people Elon can have sex with? Oh my God, really? Really? That's crazy. All right, that took a long time. I feel like I should do some more, even though usually I stop around this time, but I've only done 2 things, and one of them I'm not even done with yet. But yo, let's check in on the AI training thing. Maybe I'll go a little late tonight. I'll do at least one more thing. LLM Creator. Oh, what the heck? Why did I do that? Hang on. Yeah. So here's our Jones LLM. Okay, we're still moving down. It's still getting better, as you can see by the shallow, whatever you call it, incline here. But it is going down. We're at step 7,000. Wow. Look at that. We're at step 7,000 already, out of a total 20,000. This is going to be done quicker than I thought. I thought I was going to have to leave this thing on for like a few days, but no. It's actually handling it much better than I was expecting. And I have this on the lowest speed, 4 or whatever it was called. But okay, what's the, oh, hang on. It's frozen. We're froze. Am I still streaming? Is the stream still working? I think we're still working, right? Yeah, no, the stream still seems to be going well. At least from what I can tell. Wasn't Jeffrey Epstein talking about Neuralink type stuff? Yes, he was. Definitely was interested in that. God, imagine if Epstein was still alive today. What the fuck? If he never got arrested, or if he got out of it a second time, what would be up? Stream still working? Okay, cool. But for some reason, okay, no, it's still frozen. That's annoying. But okay, I can see at least now. No, that's the one I already read. Well, that's annoying. All right. Well, I'll just let this run for a little bit. It doesn't seem to be interrupting anything else, but it is. I'm getting the spinning wheel of death, and I can't change anything about it. But okay, I got other stuff I wanted to go over, anyways. What do we got? Oh, this one's nuts. Do we want to go over this? I feel like this one's crazy. Remember, you remember, what's his name? Steven Crowder? Remember that guy? Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare, that dude. Remember him? The cool celibate guy that was, he wrote his first big thing was an article he wrote about how it's good to be celibate. Okay, well, he's got a video. I haven't watched this guy's shit in a long time. He used to be quite big. He got divorced, and I don't know. There's a whole thing with his wife. Video came out of him being like horrible to her. Kind of hurt his career because he talks about being like he's a very like trad kind of dude or whatever, but obviously extremely sexist. Got sued by a bunch of his former employees. Apparently, he liked to pull his dick and balls out and put them on people's shoulders as a prank. A lot of his stuff involves him pranking people by dressing up as a woman and then just like doing things in public. And you're watching it and you're like, is this a prank? Is this a prank or is this someone living their true self? Like, if it's a prank, what's the joke of it? You know? And it's honestly unclear if this guy is a closeted trans woman or if he's just so unfunny that he thinks it's enough to just put on a dress and a wig and go somewhere and do stuff. Like, it actually is unclear. Like, I'm not trying to say he's definitely trans, he's definitely this or whatever. Like, I don't know. It might just be that he's really unfunny. He doesn't really understand comedy. But he did dress up as a woman quite a bit. Anyway, who knows? Who knows? That's not really important. But I haven't watched this stuff in a while. He's kind of fallen off the radar. He used to be a massive, like he's still got 5.9 million subscribers. Had a few beefs with Candace Owens. They both left Daily Wire. Anyway, this video I saw, its title, The Case for Fascism. The Case for Fascism. This is I don't know. I don't know what to expect in this, but this is apparently going to tell us like an argument in favor of capitalism. Is this like him? Because I would definitely say this guy's fascist. I wouldn't hesitate to say that. But is he now out of the closet? At least out of the fascist closet? I don't know about any other closets, but let's find this out. Because that's an insane title. Yeah, I guess lots of people don't unsubscribe. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Like the view count for 5 days ago for 6 million subscribers, that's not that good. You know, my Pizzagate video has more than that.
Even the bad fascists, they were a mistaken response to equally bad.
What do you mean, even the bad fascists?
Bad Marxists.
Yeah, okay, there's good and bad fascists. Say what?
Or leftists. And Marxism, communism, has killed far more people, and it's not even close. It's not even close. Okay. How often do you hear the accusation of fascism?
Never.
Okay. What do you think it means?
Comment.
All right. To begin with, communism, Marxism, socialism, responsible for at least 100 million deaths in the 20th century.
Oh, and he actually pulls up the citation from tributeliberty.ca. Okay. According to this think tank, apparently communism has killed over 100 million people. Or no, it approaches 100 million people. Didn't he say over 100 million?
Responsible for at least 100 million deaths.
Oh, he said over. And then this one says
20th century.
under. Actually, communism hasn't killed 100 million people. It's slightly less than that. But yes, okay, we all know, whatever, Black Ribbon Day, blah, 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 blah. These numbers are bullshit. It also includes a lot of, Nazis and fascist soldiers that the USSR fought during World War II. They're inflated. The Black Book of Communism is a total mess. This is not a serious citation, but I don't need to go into that. Yeah, no, people have died under communist regimes. I'm not going to sugarcoat Stalinism. I'm not going to, sugarcoat all the people who died from whatever famine. Oh no, my language model builder quit unexpectedly. Oh man, does that mean I'm going to do the training all over again? Okay, sorry. Got a little bit of, okay, hang on. Sorry. Okay, no, it looks like we're good. Gang, hang on. We'll come back to this in a second. So I just had to relaunch the LLM creator. Oh, that's weird. It's not. Wait. Something weird's going on here. Something odd's happening. One sec. Language model builder. There we go. Okay, great. Nope. Yep. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, sure. Let's resume pre-training. Is it going to work? Well, anyway, okay, we've got at least where we are now. Oh, no, actually, I think we went back a little bit. Oh, whatever. It's fine. It's frozen again. Oh, no, it's good. It's good. We're good. Oh, no, it's frozen. Fuck. Well, I wasn't sure if my computer would be able to handle it. Maybe this is a sign. Real quick. Give me a second. Okay. So let's check in on like the most recent sampling here. Out of the phone lines on your phone, I just keep for a bottle of $1. And just for a little bit of your morning break, I'm not going to try it. So I want to thank you all for your support, because I also want to get you to the products. I want to thank you all for your support. The AlexJonesStore.com. We want to thank you all for your support again and again. All right, we got a bunch of other news here. We got some of those. You got some big news. It's not just some other news here, but this is all happening and how we know how to start this globalist system. And we finally got globalists in there. Great. And we set up for more developments, more as soon as we want to the break. I was already thinking earlier, Alex, I'm going to be able to, after the government, and go to the problem where they are. And there's a big all right, and I'm going to come back. Okay, it's Jones-ish. It's not perfect, but he's got the globalists. He's back. He's shilling his products. He's doing okay. It looks like we're still getting better, so I'm going to still keep it training. Boom. Sound cut out? Oh, shit. Gavin McInnes is woke now? Really? I did not know that. He went in a very different direction than this dude, eh? All right. But okay, no. Black Book of Communism. And I am pulling these numbers out of the top of my head. I don't really know it. But yeah, no. I'm not going to sugarcoat certain regimes, whatever. But like every, why don't we make a list of the victims of capitalism and just include everyone who died in a capitalist country? Why don't we include all the victims of the Bengal famine, all the victims of colonialism? Like, communism's been a thing in relatively few countries. A lot of deaths there have a lot to do with the things outside of their control. So anyway, but this is just a number that capitalist supporters love to toss off and be like, 100 million people were killed because of communism. Well, if you use these metrics on any other ideology, you would get similar numbers or bigger. Okay. Yes, more people died in the USSR, like 20 million deaths, than died in like the Holocaust, in Germany. But the Holocaust was over just a very short span of years. It's kind of what makes it so awful. Is not the number of people who were killed in it, but the rate, the like industrial rate that these deaths happened in. Sort of unprecedented genocide in that sense. And never, matched that speed and efficiency. So, okay, let's keep going.
Okay. Seems to me that should be the starting off point for every semester of history, certainly economics, when you're looking at different socioeconomic systems.
So it's like, welcome to your first history class, boys and girls. Communism killed 100 people. And let's not look into the numbers on that, but that's how we're going to start. And you're going to hear the same thing from your economics teacher.
100 million dead minimum to begin with. Makes it pretty hard to say, religion is the cause of all wars, right? 100 million dead, communism, that's the toll. Now, when action is taken...
What did he say is the cause of all wars? What did he say was the cause of all wars? What did he say?
Makes it pretty hard to say, million economics when you're begin with. Makes it pretty hard to say, religion is the cause of all wars.
I still could not hear religion is the cause of all wars? Anyway, who cares?
Right? 100 million dead, communism, that's the toll. Now, when action is taken to disinfect a nation, and sometimes I will admit, very radical action taken to deal with the root ideology and systems that have led to the death of 100 million people, the left yells fascism.
Yeah.
The problem is fascism has been used historically, not in the way that you've been told. It's been been used against communism because with communism, socialism, right, you vote them in, you have to shoot your way out. They don't leave once they attain power, and they nationalize the means of production, distribution, which, by the way, is the goal of Marxism. So you've probably been taught, or maybe not even taught, you just have teachers point to historical examples of fascists, maybe even just one or two, and then go, see, fascism bad. Have you done a little bit more? Well, hold on a second. We always want to ask why. It doesn't.
So I mean, obviously, this whole thing about fascism is going to be like, well, at least they're not communists. But like, and I mean, I'm kind of bored by the communist stuff. I would love to hear what he thinks is good about fascism. Like, where's the case for fascism? Because I know, yeah, he hates communists, whatever. Yeah.
Justify it, but the left, who is so willing to ask why when someone commits a heinous crime against an innocent person and is willing to fight to get them out of prison, which they also don't believe in, that's a part of Marxism, they're not willing to ask why someone may have risen to power with a mandate of the masses against the representatives of an ideology that has killed, again, 100 million people in the 20th century. So here's how we're going to define fascism.
Okay, let's hear it.
The way the left does, every time someone does something to prevent the left from completely subverting a nation or to try and reverse course. The left wants you to believe that fascism, not Marxism, not communism, 100 million dead.
Wait, was that his definition?
Is the biggest.
He said we're going to define, here's how we're going to define fascism. The way the left does, anything that goes against their mission to subvert the whole country, blah, 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 blah. That isn't the definition though, but there is like a relation between fascism and like socially progressive, economically progressive, like movements where it's like, yeah, there's a lot once where you look at like fascism rising up, right? In like Germany and Italy, whatever, Spain, it's usually in alignment with, or not alignment, but like in opposition to some sort of a progressive movement. And why is that happening? Well, there's a lot of money that can go into supporting anyone who's offering to save the business, corporate elite from the threat of losing all their fucking property. That is kind of like what is happening right now. A lot of people are a lot more open to socialism than they ever have been in my lifetime. And all of a sudden you see these kind of like Curtis Yarvin types getting propped up by guys like Peter Thiel. Like, it's not a mystery. Yes, these things arise in the same place and they speak to the same people. And fascism is related to socialism, Marxism, in a sense that both of them are able to address the problem that people are having. Both of them are able to critique the inequities and the problems of capitalism. The differences are like in a way that like liberalism and, mainstream conservatism aren't. They have to ignore all the shit about capitalism being bad. But in this way, fascism and communism are, socialism, whatever, are sort of similar in that they can both critique the actual problem. It's just that the solution that fascism comes to and like the causes of the problem are total bullshit that will not actually help. But they are at least able to address it, and that gives them power.
Greatest evil threat in the world.
We are witnessing a fascist takeover of this country. And I really hope the Republican Party wakes up.
Okay, it's going to be a clip show, yeah. A clip show of people just calling Trump fascists. We can skip through this. Okay, yeah, I get it. Look at these, Trump derangement syndrome.
White House. It's not like fascism might come here. Okay. Fascism has already arrived.
Arrived. All right. That one guy who said, we want a country where everyone feels safe. I don't. What do I mean by that? I don't want communists to feel safe. I don't want people who share the goal of subverting and destroying this country. They're not, just to be clear, Marxists and those in the American Communist Party or the DSA, they don't seek to destroy America because it's fascist. They've always sought to destroy America because it's not Marxist, because it's not communist. It doesn't matter who's in power. They want to bring us to, I don't want those people to feel safe. I don't want those people to rest easy. I don't want them to create a coalition and turn this into every single communist nation that has ever existed.
God, these ads are so obnoxious. The cup dropped down. Nothing scared me. But yeah, totally. What's good is they kill leftists. I mean, this is always the thing. This is always the thing with them. First, they came for the communists. This is who fascists go after first. This is what gives them power. This is what gives them this is what aligns them with the elite class.
Go through some historical examples here. One that's very commonly pointed to. And just to be clear, this does not mean that I am supportive of or justifying everyone in the fascist response, right? Everyone involved with that. That's not what I'm saying.
That's actually like so much worse than I thought he was. I thought he was going to couch that. I thought this was going to be a clickbait title, but he's like, and just to be clear, I can't believe I even have to clarify this, but obviously, I thought he was going to say, I'm not saying fascism is good, but he's like, I'm not saying that all fascism is good. He does think fascism is good. He does think that. Just to be clear, I'm not saying this applies to every fascist. Some bad ones.
I'm trying to provide you with some historical context. So case one, Chile. The story you were likely told, if at all.
Not really fascist.
73, far-right military dictator, Pinochet. You've heard this term a lot. It's become just a kind of a shorthand insult for a fascist. Pinochet ousted a democratically elected Allende after a coup. Here, you see this from The Atlantic. The ultimate lesson of the...
Okay, this is a crazy example to use. I have called Pinochet a fascist before. I also support the leftists being able to just call things fascist, which technically aren't. I think that's our right. But yeah, Chile was its own thing. You know, like a lot of fascism is like voted in, like the Nazis, or as at least has some sort of support when it comes in. Even like Mussolini, though he seized power in a way, was kind of, it got handed to him. Pinochet was put into power by the CIA after democratically elected. We were just talking about this actually earlier this stream. Okay, I won't go into it too much, but yes, Chile was a dictatorship, puppet dictator from the military sphere of the country, and it was orchestrated by the CIA. They had Milton Friedman come in, the Chicago boys, running their economy for a while, and Pinochet just had to cooperate with them. It's not really fascist in that kind of ideological sense. There wasn't like a movement that grew, like in the case of Mussolini and Hitler, among people. This was fully forced on them by an outside power. It's different. It's similar, and it's authoritarian for sure. And yes, he murdered all of the socialists and trade unionists and all these people like the fascists do. There's a lot of similarities, but like crazy. It's just a weird example to use. But I guess he's going to be saying that Pinochet was good.
1970.
Which is actually, that makes sense. He's going to do the economic miracle argument that because the GDP rate grew because of some people made a lot of money, fascism was actually good.
Coup that brought in General Pinochet's dictatorship was that the people would not in the end be denied their choice. Foreign Affairs in there, it says, Chile once boasted a longer history of stable democratic rule than most of its neighbors in much of Western Europe. Now it is the last major country on South American continent to return to civilian government after a wave of authoritarianism. All right. So Pinochet came in. Oh my God. Here's the reality. From 1970 to 73, do you know what created Pinochet?
CIA.
It was the Marxist Salvador Allende.
What? Mm-hmm. Allende.
Far left Unidad Popular coalition.
But he was voted into power. He was a Marxist. Yeah, but he got voted in, man. He was he had a bunch of cool ideas. He was trying to let AI run the government. He was trying to do machines of loving grace. He was ahead of his time.
Unidad Popular coalition. Socialists, communists, radicals. So what were the results, by the way? Why do you think Pinochet is still popular today? You can't poll it officially.
What are you talking about? Pinochet's not popular at all.
But Pinochet was...
Why did they elect Boric, who was like posing beside a bust of Allende and saying like, we will change the Constitution? I mean, it's kind of a mess over there, to be honest, but like...
That's immensely popular. Also left, by the way. Left of his own volition, which fascists don't tend to do. So what...
Yeah, wait, how long was Pinochet in power? He also left, by the way. By the way, not much of a dictator if he... left. When did he leave? How many years was he in power for? He was the military dictator who ruled Chile from 1973 to 1990. Bro, come on. He was in power for 17 years. Yeah, he was in power longer than Hitler. Yeah, Hitler stepped down too, technically. Hitler stepped down of his own choice. My God, what an insane thing to say.
Why would someone who was a military dictator, why would he come to power? Well, could it be because the socialist Marxists before him had inflation up 1,600%? Wages were down 35%?
Wow.
The socialist Allende responded with these price controls that, by the way, created an entire black market and enabled crime cartels. Basic goods were selling for like 142% over normal prices on the black market. So what happened was Pinochet, with overwhelming support, could have been anybody, let's be clear, went in and cleaned things up. Now, could you say that he went a little too far? Well, sure. Sure, he had a few communists who went for helicopter rides and we never saw them again. But if you weren't a communist, you weren't at great risk. Not whitewashing everything he did, as the left does with communists.
Oh, that's interesting, Vin Von Voom. I was under the impression that CIA funded Pinochet's coalition and made Chile's economy squeal, but wasn't literally organizing the coup. That's not my understanding. They definitely, I could be wrong, but my understanding, there was an operation. It was like Project, some weird name, FUBAR or something like that. And they were specifically like horrified about Allende coming to power. And he was like hanging out with Castro and, was trying to do some actual radical changes there. They had just come from doing their worst ever coup in Indonesia, putting Sukarno out of power and replacing him with a military dictator, Suharto. And they figured out what they were calling the Jakarta method. And they wanted to bring Jakarta to Chile by doing this whole thing where they would, with this technique they learned in Jakarta, which was don't just like kill people in public like we've been doing in other coups like Guatemala and whatnot. We got to just make people disappear. And this is what they did in Chile. They went to Chile and they were like training, these like what do you call them? Like, yeah, it's like a military junta, I guess. And like training people on like how to murder people out of the public sight, arrest them and then put them in a van and they never get seen again by anyone. That was like a big thing. Anyway, that's my understanding, but maybe I'll look more into it. Like usually with these things, there is at least an appearance of a kind of a, domestic, whatever you call it, like a native group, homegrown group doing things. And that's certainly how the CIA wants these coups to look. But I think that they were doing a little more at least than just, sending money their way. Made Chile's economy squeal, which was, I believe that was that Nixon quote, was that about Chile or no?
But it was a response. So what did you see from 77 to 81? Average GDP growth was about 8%. Inflation.
What the fuck? It's so predictable. Going with the GDP growth argument. And this is a great example of how GDP does not tell you the whole story. Oh, GDP was good. And don't look into anything else. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. A lot of money was moving around. Yeah, it was moving around. All right. From the bottom to the top.
Fell to single digits from quadruple digits. Poverty went from 50% as a rate to 10%. Unemployment went from 15% down to 6%. And this cannot be stated enough. Overwhelming support. Pinochet. From the people for his reforms. It became known as the Great Chilean Experiment. By the way, even after he left power, they kept Pinochet's constitution. Did you know that?
Yes, and they've been like massive riots for them to overturn that constitution.
Well, I will say, as a byproduct, the natives of Chile did develop a persistent fear of helicopters that we're still working on.
I forgot that he's like trying to be like a comedian. What the fuck is it? Wasn't he just saying it was just the communists they're killing? And now he's like, but they were also throwing just like native people out of helicopters. Like, this guy is just a fascist. Like, I am not afraid to say that about Steven Crowder of all people.
Apocalypto.
Imagine your job was just to work at this show and pretend that Steven Crowder's fucking like, let's kill natives jokes are funny. The little laughs he gets here. At least at Gutfeld, nobody actually laughs at his jokes.
Apocalypto Now.
I understand. By the way, for Pinochet.
Oh, it's Apocalypto Now? It's also a pun? Oh, yeah, because these are clips from Apocalypto, and this is Apocalypse Now. The fuck are you... Dude, doesn't even make sense.
I just want you to know, like, those numbers that you gave were long-term numbers. It wasn't just like he did great for a short period of time and then it reverted back. These reforms seem to have held and had long-term great benefit for the country.
Yep. And by the way, they don't always hold.
No.
But it is important to note that typically when you think fascist, you don't think someone who comes in with a mandate of the masses and improves.
They were put in, dude. The mandate of the masses was the Marxist guy. The mandate of the CIA was
lives
Pinochet.
for everyone.
Or leaves office.
Right.
That's a weird one.
Right.
Usually get rid of elections.
Right. Yeah. And I get it. Some people went on helicopter rides who shouldn't have.
They did get rid of elections. Are you serious?
Okay. You think nobody else was being targeted under the socialist?
Okay, so this guy skimmed. This guy's like, okay, how do we justify fascism? Skimmed the fucking Heritage Foundation summary of the economic miracle in Chile. It was like, yeah, let's just say Pinochet's a fascist and talk about how great he was. And they're still getting it completely wrong.
It's Marxist government. Have you looked anywhere in South America and see, there's always a coup. There's always a coup.
Why do you think that is? Yeah. You got Brazil, Guatemala, Chile. There's a lot of coups in this continent. Why is that? Why are all these things going on in America's backyard, brother?
Going on right now, so I guarantee you, there's a coup. If it's not going on out in the public, it's being planned. Someone's planning a coup. There's a coup meeting.
Yes, and that planning is happening in America.
Let's look at another case study. Brazil. Story you've probably been told. 1964 military coup overthrew democratically elected president João Goulart. The reality? Well, look, this president, the policies destroyed, as we saw before. You know, if it didn't take part in killing 100 million people as the rest of communism, well, inflation at about 100% was pretty bad. GDP non-existent, literally less than 1%. Pretty bad. So what did he propose? Nationalizing foreign oil refineries, by the way, seizing agricultural land, granting voter rights to the illiterate because he knew he would never win an election again. He doubled down on all the policies that were making everybody's lives miserable. And so what happened was the military coup came to, quote, complete the mission of restoring economic and financial order to Brazil.
Yeah, you can definitely justify a lot of authoritarian takeovers by reading the authoritarian propaganda about it. Like, oh, people think Hitler was so bad. Well, it says right here, he was the Aryan man's last best hope. It says right, according to this scholarly text I found called Mein Kampf, actually, the Jews weren't even technically German. They were an outside vermin. So I think we can agree, fascism is pretty good, if you look at it from that perspective.
64 to 74, the economic, you look at inflation, it was cut by 82%. You look at the GDP annual average rate, less than 1%. It went to 13%.
Wow.
Industry growth was up 30%. And again, the coup was supported by the people. So it's very different for people. When people hear coup, they go, a military dictator, a military leader.
Right.
When you live in a country that's been disarmed and a country that has been subject to actual corruption in a way that we don't know. This happens all across South America. There's nothing they can do.
Also, I missed that too, Vin Von Boom. That's also an insane quote. He expanded voting rights because he knew he'd lose otherwise because of how unpopular he was. Sorry, doesn't that mean that if he was unpopular, then why would he expand Wouldn't the unpopular person's move be to restrict voting rights to people who would vote for him? Usually when you expand voting rights, it's because people are being disenfranchised of their vote, and you would want their vote to, that doesn't make sense.
And so there can be a military to completely oppress and subjugate the people, or the military is used to liberate the people, or used with the support of the people. Either way, the military is being used because the people can't do a thing. That's what happened in Brazil. The people actually had a huge, it was called the March of the Family with God for Freedom. And that actually took place before the coup happened, and it celebrated.
That's the most fascist name ever. The March of the Family with God for Freedom. Oh God, that's like the three fascists' favorite fucking cloaks to hide behind. Family, God, freedom. Just threw them all in one thing. I don't know too much about this one. If they were talking more about, Lula versus Bolsonaro, I would have opinions, but I don't know too much about the original authoritarian takeover. But from what I understand, it was quite brutal. I have watched that documentary, Edge of Democracy, on Netflix about Brazil. It's quite good.
the coup afterward.
There's only one surefire way to make mad gains because a strict diet workout routine.
Okay, this is an ad, skipping ahead. Crowder's selling some kind of a, what is this? I don't care. Creatine powder. Okay, here we go.
For life. Case number 3. Go ahead, bring it up. That's fine.
Is he going to do an actual fascist country?
Here's a story you probably heard.
Come on, coward. Talk about Hitler.
Far right Francisco Franco.
Okay.
In years.
Yeah, fascist Spain. Yeah, okay, we'll go with it.
Years of dictatorship after basically taking out the democratically elected government. This comes from The Guardian. Half a century on the deeds and legacy of the man whose military coup against the Republican government.
Oh, this is just the voice he does for any Guardian article. This is just his impression of The Guardian. Half a century on the deeds and legacy of the man who... Okay.
Ushered in a full-decade dictatorship built around the authoritarian ideology of National Catholicism, continue to haunt, divide, and confuse 21st century Spain.
Confused?
Yeah. They're so confused in Spain.
Didn't they have a male Miss Spain?
They might have.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find that.
What's the matter with you?
Oh. They're confused, all right.
Mister,
what's the difference? That's right.
Great riff. They're just doing very short Antonio Banderas impressions.
A penis.
At this point, is, well, as you know, in life, a penis is hard to find.
Nice.
Okay.
Name that movie line.
I know it.
Careful!
Comment! Please comment! The desperation of that vibrating thing. Oh, God, tell us what movie that's from, okay? It'll be fun. Give us some engagement on this.
I tried to finish you. All right. Here's the reality. 36 to 1939. You had this popular front coalition, communist, socialist, Marxist, right? What happened is they took power. They first mass released all of the other communist, socialist, Marxists from prison. So picture Arkham Asylum. They punished landowners and it instituted all of these incredible draconian agrarian reforms, forced the wealthy to take their money out of Spain. They ushered in what you know as the Spanish Civil War. And the result was what is referred to as fascism, where Franco seized power, but brought some stability, including cutting inflation in half. They don't tell you that. Almost tripling the GDP.
Who cares, man? Who cares, dude? Who cares? Oh, the GDP went up. Who gives a fuck, dude?
Investment, trade expanded. All of a sudden, you actually had private business taking place. And what's funny is this
is really like kind of like the, what's it called? Reductio ad absurdum sort of thing. Like the argument about how conservatives talk so much about freedom and they really mean the free market. Because like, okay, the GDP went up. Great. That doesn't necessarily mean that that was like good for the majority of people in Spain. It could just be a bunch of people at the top made a bunch of money, which tends to happen under an authoritarian ruler. A bunch of people realize, oh, this is my chance to suck up to the fucking mad king and get rich. Kind of like what's happening in the US right now. But that doesn't, it's fully disconnected from humanity. Because while that's going on, all of these governments, who arguably none of them are fascist, including fascist Spain. But whatever, depends on what definition of fascism you use. You can call them all fascists if you want. But all of these governments were like brutally repressing and murdering their own people. Like this was a awful, awful regimes. But he's not talking about any of that. I mean, I guess he did talk about the helicopter rides and shit and that Pinochet did, but it was framed as a good thing because it was only happening to communists. But then he made a joke about it happening to natives. Anyway, what a fucking evil person. But like, you can't just focus on the market. Who cares about the market? The GDP went up. Okay, that's good. Basically, that means it was good for American business types. I mean, or Spanish business types in this case. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, fascism was good then? Oh, okay, then I just won't look into all of the horrible harm and suffering it caused to the poor and, politically unaligned people.
Actually encompasses the anarcho-syndicalism of Catalonia, which they try and tell you about as a success. That's how you know they failed, when you ask someone to point to a successful example of communism or socialism. They go, oh, there are these groups that were pretty violent, but they were making it work most of the time in Catalonia. No, that's not true. And again, this was a man who had a lot of support from the masses, including, yes, the Roman Catholic Church and its constituents.
Yeah.
So if you have violence...
the Roman Catholic Church was on their side? Well, they've never picked the more evil person in any kind of fight.
Violence and violence. Let's just really simplify it. All right, you have violence and you have violence. But in one case, you have violence, starvation, and poverty. In the other case, you have violence that stops mass starvation and poverty. You understand why the people of these countries don't share the opinions of the professors in discussing historical cases of fascism. Let's go to case 4, Bolivia. By the way, all the references for these links are in the description. I highly recommend that you read up on this a little bit more, especially Pinochet. That's a fascinating story to see the boom that we saw economically in Chile.
So much propaganda written about Chile. It's ridiculous.
Or you've been told with Bolivia. 71, U.S.-backed dictator Hugo Banzer took power after a violent coup. By the way, there's, of course, truth to this. Okay. U.S.-backed. Do you guys understand?
Yeah.
Again, 100 million dead from communism, the 20th century, and there's always some communist turd swirling around in South America. So, of course, we're going to have a vested interest and go, oh, wait, is there someone who's anything other than communist? Because we don't want that on our continent. So, yeah, it doesn't mean that there's some crazy psyop. It means that there are countries that either were going to or had veered communist, and we kept our eye on it.
And it was almost always Russian-backed communism.
Of course.
It wasn't just communism like happened.
Right.
You know? So we were fighting a proxy war, essentially.
Exactly. Anyone out there who thinks that Russia, China, Iran, that they don't play favorites in international affairs, you're a silly person. So the real story is 71. Yeah, Hugo Banzer took power after a violent coup. Let's read this from Harper's. It says, Banzer's 3-day coup in August 1971 was significant not only for the fighting that accompanied it, which left 110 dead and 600 wounded, but for the 7-year regime that followed, one of the most repressive in Bolivia's history. Here's the reality.
Jeez, all these guys be like, oh, wow, they're really giving fascists a bad name. I guess Crowder just doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Okay. 52 to 1970.
He used to have to sign up for Mug Club to hear his, paywalled show to hear him go, this mascot fascist. But now he's just like, guys, look at me. Fascism's good, and it's lame that people think it's evil.
Bolivia had this crazy leftist revolution. They nationalized mines.
Yeah, they killed people, but some of them were woke. Like communists are like natives. Okay? They kill people, but some of them were like gay guys. So they're good.
It's oil, a lot of land to be clear. So very similar to what you see in places like Cuba, right? What they don't tell you is not only the people killed, but before you had a military coup. Let me ask you this. How do you think you nationalize mines, oil, or land? Where the government takes it?
The people, they willingly give it up.
Right.
They're tired of dealing with it themselves.
Right.
It's hard.
Yeah. So when they nationalize land, they're not usually taking it back from just the people. They're taking it back from fucking corporations, like U.S. corporations, like United Fruit or whatever. Land reform is actually so important. Like it's always the first step in any coup is the guy was like, let's actually give some of the land back to people who live here. Because a lot of our money's flowing overseas. And then the U.S. is like, oh, we're about to kill you and replace you with an psychotic fucking military general who is just going to do what we say. And I will pause it here so that I can go to the bathroom again. And here is a clip from another video by ZipGeist.
His sister, Laurel Heisman, said that he just told us the safe things. And his mother, Lonnie Heisman, said afterward, he didn't show me that this was all what he had in his mind. On September 18th, 2010, on the morning of Yom Kippur, Heisman went to the Memorial Church in Harvard Yard and took his own life. A tour group was near the church, and services were underway inside when police were shortly called after 10:49 a.m. That same morning, copies of the suicide note were emailed out to recipients, one of whom reported receiving the file at 9 o'clock. In the weeks beforehand, he had been quietly putting his affairs in order, asking Barnes to witness his will in August and speaking with his mother just 2 days before his death, when she had expected him to help her move. Harvard's associate dean, John J. L. Ellison, captured the immediate reaction of the institute when he said, "It's just a tragedy." Initial reception of the book was mixed. Adrian Chen of Gawker, a journalist who often covered the stranger corners of online life, found the manuscript amusing, He called the work sprawling and deeply researched, while dwelling on what he described as the creepy stuff about cyborgs, the Holocaust, and the will to live. Many others online found the book too long to take seriously. Amusingly, one of the chapters was called Barack Obama Super Inward, and so online communities would pass the manuscript around as more of a curiosity.
Okay, we're back, and let me also give you guys the link to that video. Let's support this guy, ZipGeist. ZipGeist, just starting out. Great new channel. All right, the case for fascism. Sorry, let's keep watching. I know we're all about to be sold on this.
That means guys with guns come and take it away. And very often you can go...
Right, okay, so this is fucking... Okay, land reform, yeah.
Oh, click these links. They don't list that as the same...
Yeah, have you ever listened to the Blowback podcast, where they talk about a lot of, CIA coups and American, whatever, involvement? Basically every season begins with and here's the land reform that was happening. So much, way more than people realize of the issues in the world and the way that capital affects your quality of life is about land. It's everything boils down to land. Everything. The oppression of indigenous people obviously is completely based on land. Your landlord fucking lording over you is about your land. It all comes back to land reform, or just land in general. That is the thing.
Same violence.
The free gifts that nature has given us, the free gifts of nature that the fucking whatever capitalist system has turned into a commodity.
Or they don't put in the same category as the coup that followed it. So they'll just mention they instituted policies. Nationalize. So when men come in and take your stuff, take your private stuff, your personal stuff with guns, it's a policy. When men fight those people with equal guns, it's a coup. So you see the scam that's being played? Then 70 to 71, you had it was a leftist Tory seized power. Crazy, even more radical government, leftist government. And they basically replaced what you know as Congress with a workers' Soviet. So the result was Hugo Banzer, staged a coup with the support of a huge percentage of the population who were helpless and could do nothing. And what were the results? Well, you saw GDP double its historical average. You saw prices stabilize.
So funny.
You saw
this is always how they fucking justify it, is GDP growth.
Foreign investment boom that you had not seen at any other point. So again, policies. They nationalized list businesses here. And then there was a violent coup against it. Let me ask you, you think the violent coup might have included some people who had their shit nationalized?
Yeah. Of course it did. Of course it was all the fucking bourgeois people who suddenly weren't able to scam the residents of this town, or whatever country. Who's even talking about Bolivia? I think.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you should support every person with a fascist, moniker next to their name. But it also doesn't mean that it's accurate. And I think if someone says, "Well, look at the fascist," almost invariably, if you look throughout history, even the bad fascists, they were a mistaken response.
Who do you think are the bad fascists, though?
To equally bad Marxists or leftists.
Oh, so even the bad fascists were better than the alternative. Wow.
And Marxism, communism, has killed far more people, and it's not even close. It's not even close. So rather than starting history at the response, the left deliberately doesn't want you to look just a little bit further. Just do this. Anytime you hear about fascists, whether it's Pinochet, whether it's Banzer, take your pick, just rewind the tape by 2 years. 2 years more than whenever the person telling you the story is starting off. They start off in 64, just rewind it to 62. They start off in 71, just rewind it to 69. You'll go, oh, I get it. Doesn't mean it's right, but I get it. Let me ask you this. What would you do in this country? What would you do in this country if you had an election, and I'm not saying that this has happened, to be clear, but if you had an election verifiably stolen, and then you had, let's say, the DSA come in, pack the courts, eliminate the Electoral College, legalize every single illegal alien in this country, and by the way, usher in another 20 million more so that you would have socialism forever. And they would use...
And this is really kind of this is a remarkably honest the way he's talking about the immigration problem, because usually it's sort of tied up in like, oh, the immigrants are dangerous, they're blah blah blah, they're gonna kill you, they're gonna take your job or whatever. But it's demographic kind of arguments. It is kind of more like you can see that is the true fear. Like that is what the Great Replacement theory is about. It's that Republicans are worried that because they're so racist and anti-immigrant, that allowing more immigrants in will make it harder for them to kind of adjust the way the elections work and disenfranchise enough people to win. It's like Republicanism isn't that popular in the U.S. It really isn't. Sometimes they win the popular vote, but not a lot of people even vote.
Use that political capital and power to nationalize your private shit.
Me? They're going to take my shit? But I don't even own anything. They're going to take my fucking Xbox? Well, the communists are going to take my fucking toothbrush? What do you mean? No. If you're watching the Steven Crowder show and you've got you make less than $250K a year, you're fine.
Think you'd support a coup? Or would that be too fascist for you?
By the way, you can't vote your way out of communism. At some point, you have to pick up a rifle.
Yep.
Like there's just really no other way to do it. We used to know that. We used to have.
Do you think you can vote your way out of fascism?
Have this understanding of how threatening communists and communism were to the United States, and now we're just kind of like, well, maybe they're not all bad.
That's a great point, Django Fett. He's saying that all the people in South America love capitalism, but that then if 20 million of them move here, they're going to turn America into communism. There's just no logic to it. 100%.
South America, historically, your choice is between a communist or a fascist. It's not just like, well, let's just look.
Oh my God, yeah. He's like a Biden bro, but about Hitler. Yeah. Yeah, he's a vote coup no matter who. Or whatever. Do a coup no matter who. Fascist coup no matter who.
Cooler temperatures prevail.
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
Well, and these guys, I hate the fascist moniker throwing around. What is there, like a 14-point, like here's what a true fascist really is, and there's a bunch of
now
things.
You're talking about a definition of fascism that is actually something. Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. Not the best way to understand fascism. Fascism is a little bit too broad.
That they have to meet, and almost nobody that they point to and claim is a fascist actually meets all of those except for Benito Mussolini, and that's about it. And I'm not even sure he met all 14.
Yeah, no, I would say the opposite is true, that it applies to too many people who aren't fascists. But you don't have to meet all 14. It specifically says at the beginning, it's like, this is a loose metric. Not all of them will apply to fascist regimes. Many will apply to non-fascist regimes, which is kind of what makes it kind of suck as a thing.
To be clear,
there must be one near the back.
Well, but everybody tries to say, well, Trump is a fascist. Anybody you think has power is a fascist to you. That's it. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, because they can't stand power that's outside of their collective.
Exactly.
That's
Did Barack Obama
no one's
have
allowed
power?
To.
Did he force through things that the American public didn't want by bending, everybody's will to what he wants? Yes, of course. So was he a fascist?
Yeah.
Nah, it's just more of like an authoritarian. Oh, okay. So you like authoritarian.
I mean, it is kind of striking how well the fascism list applies to Trump. The cult of tradition, where this is kind of like the palingenetic ultranationalism thing, where it's like they want to return to a glorious past, and it's not a true past; it's a made-up, like hyper nationalist past. The cult of tradition. That one I think is spot on for sure, as every fascist regime has been about like return with a V. That is a big fascist thing. Make America great again. Back when things were good. These like rose-colored nostalgia glasses, always a crucial point in fascism. Rejection of modernism, anything that happened after the Enlightenment's bad. You see this in all the anti-academic shit. Action for action's sake. We always got to be attacking people, bombing people, going to war or whatever. Action's value of in and of itself. Disagreement is treason. Fear of difference, in-groups, out-groups, politics of us versus them. Appeal to a frustrated middle class, fearing economic pressure from the demands and aspirations of lower social groups. Obsession with a plot, and this is like kind of like where things get conspiratorial and anti-Semitic often. But Umberto Eco cited Pat Robertson's book, The New World Order, as from like the 80s, 90s? Late 90s. Okay, 1991. Big influence on conspiracy theory shit now, Alex Jones shit now. Fascist societies rhetorically cast their enemies as This was also, I think, a good observation from him. At the same time, too strong and too weak. Somebody mentioned it earlier about something, but it's like, yeah, like immigrants, they're lazy and they're weak, but they're gonna take your job. Oh, trans people they're mentally ill and they can't do anything and blah 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 blah. They're not contributing to society, but they're taking over and they're actually in control. And blah, blah, blah. It's like all this sort of stuff is, at this simultaneously too strong and too weak. I mean, how could you argue that isn't a feature of Trump? Pacifism is trafficking with the enemy, life's permanent warfare. Anybody who's saying, no, don't bomb Iran or whatever. You're working for the enemy. You're a part of the globalists or whatever. Contempt for the weak, 100% a big thing here. Everybody's educated to become a hero. I just think that's a part of fucking America propaganda culture. Machismo, the disdain for women, intolerance and condemnation of non-standard sexual habits, from chastity to homosexuality. Yeah. Selective populism, newspeak, which is the... Yes. Okay. This is an important thing about newspeak, because a lot of people are like, it's fascist. This is 1984 that we got to learn pronouns. No. Newspeak doesn't mean you get new words that you have to use. Newspeak is the opposite. Fascism employs and promotes an impoverished vocabulary. Fascism is when they take words away, or newspeak, when they take words away from you. When they say, no, it's just, there's only two genders. We're not going to do any of this whatever, zher stuff. It's only this. Okay, no, we're not going to say cis. No, I don't like that word. No, we're not allowed to use this. An impoverished vocabulary in order to limit critical reasoning. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, you can't call it. It's kind of what he's doing. No, fascism's not real. Although, you know what? I guess I got to give him credit. He's not doing that. He's not saying fascism isn't real and we're not actually fascist. He's saying, no, we are fascists and it's good.
Tarianism.
They wouldn't even say that.
Yeah. No.
They wouldn't say that either.
I'm kind of amazed. Like everyone, all these bros are just kind of like laughing along with it and being like very casual. None of them are even being like, for the record, I don't think fascism's good. They're all like, yeah, it's actually based.
What's funny is when people are like, why would you call him just because he's black? It's like, because he basically attempted to nationalize a fifth of the economy.
Yes.
So that would be, in other words, that would be a much more legit.
Are you talking about Obama? Who's talking about? I missed.
It's just more of like an authoritarian. Oh, okay. So you like authoritarianism.
They wouldn't even say that.
Yeah.
No. They wouldn't say that either.
What's funny is when people are like, why would you call him just because he's black? It's like,
I missed it. What was it?
To you. That's it. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, because they can't stand power that's outside of their collective.
Exactly.
That's
Did Barack Obama
no one's
have
allowed
power?
To. What? They were talking about Obama. What?
Did he force through things that the American public didn't want by bending, everybody's will to what he wanted? Yes, of course. So was he a fascist?
Yeah.
Nah, it's just more of like an authoritarian. Oh.
I mean, I don't mind shitting on Obama. I think anybody who's like communist or whatever is not going to mind shitting on Obama at all. These guys have a very weird understanding of like the left and the far left.
Okay, so you like authoritarianism.
They wouldn't even say that.
Yeah.
No.
They wouldn't say that either.
What's funny is when people are like, why would you call him just because he's black? It's like,
Usually the guy in this chair is like a comedian that they get to hopefully riff with him a little bit. But I gotta say, this guy's not earning his fucking paycheck on this clip anyway.
Yeah.
No.
They wouldn't say that either. That's like the most words I've heard from
him. Say that either.
What's funny is when people are like, why would you call him just because he's black? It's like, because he basically attempted to nationalize a fifth of the economy.
Yes.
So that would be, in other words, that would be a much more legitimate example of
I mean, I wish would that were true.
Socialism than what you would say is fascism of Donald Trump, who, by the way, has opened up more speech on the internet.
Yes. What the hell are you talking about? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard. That's the most completely insane thing he said this entire video. Trump has actually increased freedom of speech on the internet.
From an economic standpoint, is he a fascist? No. They said that they've like consolidated all power in the executive. Are you kidding me right now? Do you see how many times judges go after him and how many bills he can't even get the Save America Act passed?
Yeah.
He's a damn terrible fascist. If
he's
he
a
can't
fascist.
Get stuff done.
He's a fascist who not only can't cancel elections.
Yeah, and 100% true, Django. Obama was very much not an authoritarian. He had the chance to steamroll the Republicans after he got elected, and he twiddled his thumbs. Yeah, total disappointment. God, change we can believe in. Remember that? Remember how hopeful that was? 2008? Him and at the inauguration, like, dancing. Him and Michelle danced, well, who's it? Beyonce sang At last, my love. Like, man, was that the last time we felt hope? Was it the last time that things seemed like they were going to get better? Maybe it was. Kind of feels like it was. I mean, aside from like the Bernie stuff, there's hope, but Obama actually won it. Damn, rough.
Or isn't even attempting to. He's a fascist who can't even get us to require identification for elections, which, by the way, exists in other both.
Yeah, so you admit that that would be a fascist thing to increase this voter ID stuff. You're like, yeah, so you admit it. All this voter disenfranchisement shit is authoritarianism. And you're just like, how can he be fascist? He's not even being successful at this fascist thing he's doing. It's like, oh, I got you. I got you on tape.
Semi-fascist and non-fascist nations alike, currently and historically.
Yes, if he was a fascist, his Save America Act would be ending elections. Right. That's what fascists do. They don't go, hey, we need to strengthen and bolster this process. They go like, I just don't want to deal with that process anymore.
Well, like Pinochet, for example. Can someone give me the actual year when Pinochet left?
Okay, now this is going to be, I don't know how he's going to justify it, because Pinochet's in power for like 20 years.
Pinochet left.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. He was like, all right.
He aged out. He retired from old age, man.
That's what I mean. He left. They go fascist because, I'm not going to lie, there were some journalists on those helicopters.
Yes.
But you have to understand those journalists were doing the bidding of communists. So I'm not saying that this is right, but when you have this unbelievable economy where even international economists are actually studying your country, the Chilean experiment.
They were not studying it, dude. They were orchestrating it. Specifically, Milton Friedman. This is not a secret.
And you're reading your own publications. And every single
Milton Friedman won the fucking Nobel Prize for the shit he did in Chile. The Nobel Prize for Economics.
One of them who supported the Marxist government before you is saying that inflation they're lying. You go, oh my gosh, okay, I know what they're doing. They're trying to foment rage so that I'm the next guy taken out. And so you put them on a helicopter ride. Doesn't mean that it's right. But outside of that, if you were running your own business, you were better off under Pinochet. If you were creating a product, you were better off if you were engaging in trade with other.
That's the important thing is that, well, okay, the country's suffering, people are being murdered, disappeared, thrown out of helicopters, taken away from their family, blah, 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 blah. All this fucking death, destruction going on to benefit American, like, corporate elites. But the business owners are actually slightly better off. So the petit bourgeois were a little bit happier. And isn't that the thing that matters?
Other nations and you wanted to be able, you were better off than you were under the Marxists, assuming the violence is equal. Yeah, what were we?
1990.
Yeah.
Okay. What is he going to say? What is he going to say? 73 to 90.
There for quite a while.
Okay.
And I'm sure there were a few re-elections in there that would be, questionable.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Yeah, man. Yes. Pinochet stepped down. Checkmate, leftists. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. Previously received financial and intelligence support from the United States, which favored the military coup. He persecuted leftist socialist political critics, resulting in the executions of 1,200 to 3,200 people, the internment of as many as 80,000 people, and the torture of tens of thousands. And even that is not the full numbers. It's very tough to get actual numbers on this because, like it says here, the number of executions and forced disappearances, this is the Jakarta method, was at least 3,095. Operation Condor, a U.S.-supported terror operation focusing on South America, was founded at the behest of the Pinochet regime in late November 1975. Under the influence of the free market-oriented Chicago boys, Pinochet's military government implemented economic liberalization. Liberalization, they were free. No, the market was free for the U.S. to profit off of, following neoliberalism. So they called Chile the laboratory of neoliberalism. Introduced currency stabilization, removal of tariff protections, the banning of trade unions, privatization of Social Security, and hundreds of state-owned enterprises. Yeah, you think anywhere that banned trade unions had inequality lower? You think anywhere that banned trade unions and all, you think that any of these people were better off, were getting better deals from their bosses? No, man. This was a nightmare to live through. Some government properties were sold below market price to politically connected buyers. Oh, wow. Oh, Pinochet's son-in-law got a good deal on a fucking, the old whatever, courthouse. The regime used censorship of entertainment as a way to reward supporters of the regime and punish opponents. Like, I wouldn't really call this fascism. I mean, there's definitely parallels. I don't think right now I would call it fascism. I have called it that in the past, whatever. But like, even to defend this shit, to defend this level of like U.S. fucking foreign intervention is psychotic. Psychotic. I don't care. I don't care who you are. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. In a 1988 plebiscite, 56% voted against Pinochet's continuing as president, which led to democratic elections for the presidency and Congress. After stepping down in 1990, he continued. So there's just that one election. Jesus, continued to serve as commander-in-chief of the Chilean army. Man, you can tell Crowder has, like, of all the things he's talking about, most of it he's reading off of the page. To be fair, I don't really know much about a lot of things he's talking about here either. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have had more to say. But he has read a lot about Pinochet. But he didn't even know, like, that's the one he's most comfortable coming back to. And actually really look into Pinochet. That's how you know he's just leafing through his fucking, like, whatever, what was the think tank he cited at the beginning? We've got the citation right here. Oh, that was for the amount of people dead to communism. Anyway, I don't even want to make this about, like, defending communism or whatever. I mean, you can believe whatever you want, but, like, the very concept that you could defend fascism at all, let alone in the way that, well, at least it's not communist. It's like, yeah, okay, there's been some brutal communist regimes. I'm not going to defend them. I'm certainly not going to defend them in the way that Crowder was defending fascism. But to equate socialism and fascism at all is like historically illiterate. It's historically and politically illiterate. There's one ideology that's about improving everyone's life, getting people the best possible quality of life, bringing people out of the horror and dangerous lifestyle of living paycheck to paycheck, and providing people with a social safety net and giving people what they need, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. This is a beautiful idea. It, in practice, can be tough to implement. But to even like entertain the idea that such an ideology is equally harmful as fascism, which is an explicitly racist, sexist, xenophobic, fully like authoritarian, like evil ideology, which with no redeeming qualities, is ridiculous. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And to do it with a straight face like this, I can't believe it. This is the worst thing he's done, right? Like, he normally doesn't, like, am I whitewashing him a little bit? But he didn't always used to be like this. You know, most divorced dads just buy a nice car. Yeah, this is crazy. Are we dead ass? Why do they keep calling us fascists? What divorce does to a motherfucker. Steven, you're not supposed to say that out loud. From failed comedian to divorced fascist dad, Steven will literally reenact the first act of American History X before taking therapy. Yeah. It's quite something, man. It's quite something. I have to say, I'm sort of blown away by this. All right, well, that was a little bit of a weird stream, I'll be honest. Let's check in one more time with our old pal, Robot Alex Jones, shall we? And then we'll call it a night. Went a little bit late, this one. 1 sec. Okay. Boom. Did I already read this one? Yeah, I did already read this one. Okay. Yeah, because I paused it. I forgot about that. All right. Well, I'm going to let this run, and next time we stream, we'll do the second half of it, which is where we fine-tune the model a little bit so that we can actually kind of ask it questions and get responses that, if they're not good, at least they make sense. All right. Gang, thank you for watching, and I will see you next Sunday. Same time, same Goblin time, same Goblin channel.
I really wanted to go to the cookout.
Well, too bad. And as we always say at the end of the stream,
fangs forward, faith up.
Thanks for our faith up. And
Bottoms up, and the devil laughs.
Bottoms up, the devil laughs. Sayonara, gang.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
You were